Mortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are also available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. There may be delays due to a hectic schedule and all projects being read on a first-come, first-served basis, but everything will be read and responded to. William Rush has individually produced numerous projects, including Pack is Here, Before, The Cottage, The Winemaker, and Day by Day. Their award-winning film Group premiered and was celebrated at multiple film festivals as well as screenings both in person and via Zoom that was graciously made available to us and our patrons.
Original Cinematic has many exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, has been completed. The award-winning Sweetener is in development. Fetish begins shooting in September, and Encore will begin next spring. Their documentary, Women in Conversation, is slated for a September release, and we are looking forward to each and every one of them. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program. Salutations! Welcome to Pod Mortem. I'm Travis Hunter-Sayapin, joined as always by my co-hosts, my sister and my brother-in-law.
Hi, I'm Reneé Hunter-Vasquez.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
This week, we're broadcasting live from an underground triage facility discussing the 2016 action horror film, The Purge, Election Year. This film was written and directed by James DeMonaco. Following the financial success of the previous two films in the franchise, DeMonaco sought to close out the trilogy by once again widening the scope of his well-established and inventively dystopian premise. The Purge, Election Year, unlike its predecessors, leans far heavier into political intrigue, while also attempting to expand on the specific brand of social commentary that the series has become known for. Relying heavily on current events of the time, offering varying views of vicious violence, and the return of a fan-favorite character, The Purge Election Year would defy mixed critical reception to become the highest-grossing film in the franchise at the time, and pave the way for two more films, as well as a rumored sixth on the way. This film was suggested to us by friends of the show, Lucy Thane and Holly Wilhelm. We'd like to thank both of them for their continued support of the show, as well as this suggestion. So, The Purge Election Year. What were your first impressions on the film?
Wow, where to begin? I didn't enjoy a lot of what was going on here. I get it. I understand. This was the very first watch too. Like, I've never seen this before. I've heard about it, but I understand. Like, at the ending, I understand and get the message and everything was going on. It's a very strange, I guess, execution and what they were trying to do, how they were trying to execute it or what they were trying to do. It didn't work for me. There are a couple of there are some fun moments. There are a couple of moments where it's like, huh, you know what I mean? But I don't know. I went in a lot of this expecting it being a Purge movie. It almost felt like two different films to me. And just kind of like going through it, it's like, huh, I just think that these movies maybe aren't for me. Maybe whatever universe is going on here, whatever, maybe I don't like the Purge movies. But I know there's more, though.
Or the event.
Or, well, no, yeah. Well, it's not real. But, you know.
I agree. Elephant in the room, I did lose my voice. She came back this morning. It's either going to get worse as we go along or better. So
Stay tuned.
stay tuned. Let's find out together. Yeah, that was kind of what I was going to sum up my impressions with as well, is I think maybe this just isn't my franchise. And that's okay. I know that a lot of people love it. I know that a lot of people love this installment of it specifically.
Mm-hmm.
It's not lost on me, the commentary that's being made, especially at the time that this film came out.
Mm-hmm.
And I do appreciate that aspect of it. But man, I got a lot of issues with the writing. I got a lot of issues with characters. I think there are a lot of moments that are very predictable and cliche, but even to the point of them being cliche, you know how they're going to end up, and it still somehow falls short. Does that make sense? Because
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not here for all these cliche moments, but like, I'm still disappointed. I mean, I don't even know how to explain it. It is extra disappointing for me because I love the premise of The Purge. And even I think when we covered the first one, I obviously don't remember, but I'm sure we made some kind of commentary about how scary it is that we could easily see this happening.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is more relevant even now than ever. And again, that's not lost on me. And I do appreciate that. My issue is with the execution. This is not executed in a way that is satisfying to me at all. I appreciate some of the messaging, not all of it, but some of it.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate, like I said, the commentary. There are moments, I don't even know how to, and I'm not going to dwell on it, but that feel a little racially odd or off to me, and I am side-eyeing a little bit. Maybe I'm alone.
You're not alone.
Well, you guys are
No.
nodding, so I guess
Yeah.
not. But a couple moments where I'm like, who wrote this again? That just kind of left a bad taste in my mouth. There are a couple cool visuals. And like I said, this kind of face-off, especially for the time, and unfortunately, again, for this time, is I do appreciate the representation of that, even though it does feel a little bit lazy at times. But I think that we have a lot of tropey representations of characters rather than actual characters that I give a shit about to last through this night. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think T, you had mentioned that this was going to be the end, and it does feel that way when we get to the ending.
Yeah.
And so watching it, I'm like, I know I'd never seen this one. I've never seen what comes after. Where are we going from here?
Mm-hmm. I can kind of talk about that a little bit vaguely,
Okay.
but I will say I saw this film in theaters,
Mm-hmm.
and I remember it being a really fun time.
Yeah.
And it does feel like if you just kind of watch it as like this entertaining action horror film, you can probably enjoy a lot of it.
Yeah.
I think what kind of becomes unsuccessful is and that's what's so tricky to me, because the attempt at injecting the level of social commentary that it is
Yes.
is admirable as hell.
Yeah.
But the execution of injecting that social commentary is not successful.
Yeah.
I think the other thing as well, I can't remember if it was the first Purge episode that we discussed it, or if it was the Purge Anarchy, and I was like, you guys, wait until the Purge election year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And people that I really align with typically and respect their opinion on films really love this. So I'm like, maybe it's me.
Well, like you said, T, I could watching it, and this was my very first time watching it. Never
Yeah.
seen it before, nothing. I can understand that. Turn your mind off. Just watch it. I get it. I think it is just that the writing or something felt weird. Something didn't make it all fit together.
And I think you nailed it, that there's a disconnect. The gravity of what we are talking about and its implications in the real world.
Mm-hmm.
You can't also have this be a mindless fucking action situation.
Yeah.
Like, to me, you can't, what you're seemingly attempting to do here, you can't have both, to me.
Well, I think to me, because I feel a lot of influences on what DeMonaco is wanting to do.
Mm-hmm.
I feel how much he loves Escape from New York.
Okay.
I feel how much he loves The Warriors, you know?
Yeah.
But I feel like the vibe and the tone of those films were different.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a different time. It was different subject matter being tackled.
Yeah.
I think, and that's what's so tricky to me, because I feel like the swing is admirable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But the writing is so heavy-handed that the film's knuckles are dragging on the ground.
Yes.
And it's so ham-fisted, I had to see if it was co-written by a pig.
Okay. Well, that's why it was a swing and a miss.
But that I will say those things, but I do want to say as well that there are things that I do enjoy about this film.
Yeah.
There are some neat moments.
Mm-hmm.
There are some interesting shots as far as different kinds of lighting and color.
Yeah.
And it's really surprising as well the amount of colorful lights that are in this film.
Yeah.
But there are some shots that really benefit from it. I think that the cast is very committed to the material.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the cast that was assembled for this film is actually pretty fantastic.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They do their job.
Yeah.
But it does come down to, I don't even want to say the delivery, but the writing
It's the
or
writing.
the direction or
It's
something.
the writing. Because it's not, I mean, there are a couple funny line deliveries, I'm not going to lie. But typically it's not like, well, what the hell? It's like, why are you having them say that? For
Yeah.
me.
No, yes.
And I think and that was the thing. I kept reading in interviews that the actors absolutely loved working with James DeMonaco.
Okay.
They called him like the actor's director, which is
Well,
great.
yeah.
Good, yeah.
And you want to hear that, where they're saying, you know, he would give us an idea, and if it didn't work, he'd let us try our idea, and if it didn't work, we'd come up with something together.
Okay.
That's great.
Love
Yeah.
that, yeah.
And so maybe there are some moments that maybe we're putting the onus on him when it was a collaborative effort that we didn't realize.
Yeah, that's true.
Sorry, James.
And one thing I don't often complain about, because the majority of my favorite films of all time are like 2.5 hours, almost 3 hours, if not more.
Mm-hmm.
This film did not need to be as long as it is.
No.
No.
And I don't know where I would cut, but I just feel like maybe there comes a point in time where we are trying to tell this one story, but like you said, we're also trying to tell this other story. Then we're trying to marry the two stories in a way that doesn't really come off as satisfactory to me.
Yeah.
And then at the same time, we're also like, well, we also got to show, you know, some weird fucking freaky Purge shit.
Yeah.
And I did notice that too, because when I was working on it and then I would pause it, I was like, there's no way that much is left. I was like, you're
Yes,
fucking lying to me.
no.
Did I rewind it or what
It
happened?
was literally gaslighting me the
Yeah.
whole time I was watching it. But yeah, that too, I feel like the moments of the Purge out in the world felt like, oh, here, shut up, don't ask for any more.
Yeah.
Like, that's what it felt like, because it's like the majority of this film, oh yeah, also the Purge is going on. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
But I have to agree with what you said, Nay, that the premise of this is so fantastic. And I think that's why we keep getting disappointed, because the story that gets told through that premise never lives up to that premise.
Yeah. Oh, I was already disappointed.
Oh,
yeah.
well,
I mean, you know.
you don't like the premise?
I do, but it's from the last couple of movies. I was like, I don't know where we're going from here.
So even with low expectations, you're saying it was?
Yeah, I was still like, oh man, because it's like we've been saying, it is a cool idea.
Yeah.
But this is the third movie.
Mhm.
Come on, you know what I mean? What are we doing here, really? Are we just gonna do the same shit? And I know we complained about the first movie being a home invasion movie.
Yes.
But I mean, at least at the beginning, we were put in a setting. Here, I get it's happening, but it is that. There's so many cliches or things that happen. It's like, okay.
Yeah,
what the
I
fuck?
feel like, and I didn't love Anarchy, but I do feel like it was more successful for me, and I don't really know why.
If you had asked me before I rewatched Election Year, I would have disagreed with you, but I definitely find myself in the same camp.
Yeah.
I do want to talk a little bit about the production of the film and kind of what DeMonaco was thinking and going for.
Okay.
I got all of this information from a featurette called Inside the Purge, as well as an article in Fandango and an article in Box Office Pro.
Very nice.
So naturally, this film was born out of the success of the previous one.
Of course.
Purge Anarchy made over 10 times its budget.
Damn.
So obviously a third film financially is a no-brainer.
Oh, yeah.
The interesting thing that I read was that DeMonaco, though, was initially hesitant to do a third Purge film.
Mm-hmm.
And after nailing down his idea and his intentions, he was willing to walk away from the production if the producers weren't on board with his idea.
Huh.
Which, as a creative, that's commendable.
Yeah.
But the initial plans for the Purge election year, which was not the original title, and we'll talk about that a little bit later, but it was to take it back to the beginnings of the Purge and act as a prequel, which, interestingly, is what the fourth film does.
Okay.
But after a while, DeMonaco opted instead to continue the series by doing what he did before, which was widening the scope between the films. So you have the first film that was that home invasion.
Mm-hmm.
Second film is like a city-wide survival.
Yeah.
And the third film becomes this quasi-political thriller with the entire country at stake.
Yeah.
So The Purge Anarchy came out in 2014, which was actually also when the writing process began for this third film.
Mm-hmm.
But during the election cycle between 2014 and the eventual production of the film, and the very unprecedented current events and political rhetoric of the time
Yeah.
clearly and obviously bled into the screenplay as well as the characters,
Yeah.
and they became very thinly veiled stand-ins for real political figures and party platforms and attitudes.
Okay.
And to say thinly veiled is generous.
Yeah.
Very.
Yeah.
Very.
But it does, as a film, continue the conversation that was started in the previous films of class warfare and income inequality, polarization, but it leans far heavier into that political divide than it ever had before, really. It seemed more about wealth inequality
Yeah.
in the other two films, and now it's like, no, we are tackling the NFFA versus the opposing party,
Yeah.
which is never defined
Right.
That's true.
Yeah.
because the character that we follow is an independent.
Yeah.
Okay.
But interestingly, I did read a quote from DeMonaco that I will paraphrase, but he said that his hope for the film was to demonstrate what a person or party with this level of fear-mongering and hatred could impose or inflict on a society. Now, some stuff in this film, I will say, felt oddly and unsettlingly prescient
Yeah.
through 8 years of hindsight.
Yeah.
Yes. Like, I mean, to the point where my stomach was hurting.
Yeah.
It's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I will say the critical reviews were pretty mixed for this one.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people appreciated the political angle that it took
Okay.
and thought it kind of matured the franchise a little bit.
All right.
And other people just flat out, just like the other two, did not care for it.
Yeah.
Right.
But on a budget of $10 million, it made 118.
Oof.
And so, you know,
So, yeah, there's more.
Yeah, there's more.
there's more.
we got some more to do after this one. Now, before we release the beast on this film, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Pod Mortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, let's commence the annual Purge. Now, this film relies heavily on having already seen The Purge and The Purge Anarchy. If you haven't, we recommend you go watch them or go listen to episodes 67 and 157 of our show as a refresher. So the film begins with the rough, distorted chords of 20th Century Boy by T-Rex, joined shortly by hand claps and vocals as we're treated to the production vanity plates.
T-Rex is getting a lot of love lately.
Yeah,
And rightfully so.
back at it again.
Yes.
But muffled and echoed sounds of anguish cut into the song as we fade into a shot of a wooden table splattered with blood. The camera rises to find an iPhone plugged into a speaker, the album art beaming brightly from the music app on the screen just as the song ends, switching to Parliament's Give Up the Funk. As Ray Davis's low tones urge the listener to tear the roof off the sucker, accompanied by bass drum fills and vocal harmonies, we find a purger, played by Alexander Cook, resting comfortably in a chair in the living room of a dimly lit suburban home, his face covered by a dark green mask with large googly eyes and a long red tongue hanging lizard-like, safety pins jutting out of it.
Hearing the music and seeing him, I was like, Did I put on House of a Thousand Corpses by mistake? Like, didn't this feel like something Rob Zombie would do?
Yeah, because he did Brick House with the.
I mean, like the vibes.
Yeah, well, it's part House of a Thousand Corpses and part American Psycho, I feel.
Yeah.
It's part not good.
It's continued.
All right. The Purger vibes to the music, his black-gloved hands clenched above the armrests of the chair as we pan across the couch just in front of him. And there, bound, beaten, and bloody, sits a fearful family. Young Charlie Roan, played by Christy Coco, peers through the lenses of her blood-smeared glasses over at a family photo on an adjacent shelf, tears streaming down her face as her mother, played by London Hall, rests her head against her in silent comfort. On either side of them sits Charlie's brother, played by James Best, and their father, who for some reason is uncredited. There's like 70 uncredited people in this film.
Good Lord.
But as Parliament begs the listener for the funk, the Purger dances in his chair just under a blood-streaked wall, a framed photo hanging askew, undoubtedly from a struggle that we didn't witness. But the Purger, his voice eager and yet restrained, explains that the family is listening to his Purge playlist, and he claims that he put a lot of thought into it, especially this final tune, as it'll be the last song they'll ever hear.
Aw. Well,
Thanks.
Yeah.
As lights flash and we're treated to tight shots of the room in disarray, the Purger admits that it was a tough choice, but then he thought, George Clinton, the king of interplanetary funkmanship. The eyes of his mask shake as he continues that George's psychedelic rock will leave them feeling funky, obviously, and soulful, which is the least he can do. And this is where I was like, this is Patrick Bateman talking about Huey Lewis.
1,000%. Since you're talking about him talking, I was very bothered by how clear and crisp the voice was.
I was like, is this on the radio?
Yeah.
I was going to wait till the scene was done.
Well,
but
I
since
don't need
you
to jump the gun, but...
No.
I think there's part of me that is bothered by it, another part of me that it kind of feels like not otherworldly, that's not the right word, but it feels more menacing.
Yeah, but I don't. It didn't so much bother me as take me out of what was going on.
Yeah, I think me too.
Because I get it, and the music's great, and we're sitting here, and this is a tense moment, but
yeah.
I shouldn't be able to hear you like that. I
feel like it would be, for me, a bit scarier if we were grounded in this and hearing him muffled behind his mask, and I don't know, because I get what you're saying, the otherworldly thing, because it is like not realistic, you know?
It's almost like a memory of this happening.
Right.
Yeah.
And again, we were talking about cliches in the intro. I feel like this is where the cliches begin a little bit, where we do have this tonal inconsistency with this music and what's about to happen.
Yeah.
And it is something that for a long time is like this really uncomfortable and kind of cool feeling in films, but then everyone started doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it's just kind of like, oh, well, I guess they're doing this too.
Mm-hmm.
And how quickly this goes. It's just like what is happening here is so cruel and horrific, like beyond imagination. And it's just like, okay, we got to get to the, I mean, there is no gravity to it. I don't know if like I'm already like kind of being a bitch about this, but I'm just, I was just like, oh, okay. Like,
no, I felt the same way. Like I said, it did take me a little bit out of it, because for me, it's like, is this a live feed? Is this what is going on? Because that's not how you would sound if this is happening. And you are right. If it was maybe played a little more realistic, if there was a little more muffled, if it didn't look all cool and dreamy, then yeah, maybe I'd be a little more kind of like, oh, fuck. But it does happen so quick. It is kind of like, I don't understand. Is this how the whole movie's going to be?
I feel like it would hold more emotional weight with what we're about to see if we had 1 or 2 minutes of this family being a family.
Yeah.
Yes.
Preparing for Purge night. And then what happens.
Okay.
Or do like Rob Zombie and show them all playing in a field or whatever. I'm not picky.
At Christmas.
Something. I'm just saying, like, let us sit in this for a moment, because it's tragic and it's basically what a character's entire trajectory is based off of.
Yeah.
And it feels very much like, okay, you need to know this, but now we need to get here.
Yeah. You guys know what the Purge is.
Yeah.
But the family exchanges worried glances with each other, murmurs escaping through their gags, as the Purger states that though they've played a lot of Purge games tonight, they have just one more. He promises that it's simple, yet effective, and it's called Mommy's Choice. The mother leans forward from her seat, her screams cut by cloth, as she shakes her head in fear and disbelief as the Purger asks, "Now, Mommy, which one of you will survive this year's Purge?" The score pounds in rhythmic blasts of low synth as the family attempts to tear themselves from their restraints, the masked Purger momentarily doing his best Dr. Vaniket head shake.
Yes.
Don't know why.
Yeah, I was like, I didn't like that, but okay.
But as he rises from the chair, quick flashes of light are intercut with shots of the family struggling before settling in on the daughter, who bares her teeth around her gag, her eyes resolute and full of fury as her stare pierces through the approaching Purger. We cut to black. A small graphic of text appears in the lower third. 18 years later, 2 days before the annual Purge. We return to scenes from the evening news. A large crowd descended upon a police barricade, the officers, with their faces blurred, barking orders at the protesters, the chyron beneath them reading, "Riots in the Capitol, Washington, D.C." I will say, in this footage, the officer up front has a jacket that clearly says NYPD on it, which just shows the attention to detail we can expect from this. But in a voiceover, reporter number 1, played by Barry Nolan, explains that this is just one of the many protests around our capital after reports have emerged claiming that the new founding fathers of America have been using the Purge to help their own economic agenda. Shots of police in riot gear patrolling the streets at night behind large vehicles are intercut with shots of the chambers of the House of Representatives, the members of Congress going about their business with their faces blurred as well. B-roll of sheets of money being printed, as well as the stock market index are shown, as well as uncredited citizenry loading and aiming their firearms, before we cut to the reporter sat at his desk in the studio, surrounded by aqua-colored screens and chyrons as he reads from a stack of paper. He shares that they have received a recent statement from who he calls an incendiary Purge detractor. We cut to footage of Dante Bishop, played by Edwin Hodge, standing in front of a wall lined with symbols of the resistance, large red X's slashed across the logo of the NFFA.
Edwin Hodge. I thought I recognized him, and I did.
Yes.
He was in As Above, So Below from 2014. I also recognized him from Red Dawn in 2012, and it looks like he also was in Bumblebee in 2018.
Interesting.
I didn't watch that movie, but I do want to, or I did.
He was in The Purge and Purge Anarchy.
That's right.
And I think that this could have been the most successful thing about this film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because seeing his trajectory as a character from seeking help from, I don't remember, Ethan Hawke's family?
Yeah.
The Sandins.
Sandy, I
Yes,
was like, it's
yeah.
something, yeah.
But seeking help to being a member of the resistance in the second film to being the leader of the resistance.
Yeah.
It's genuinely fucking cool. And it took me a second to realize that that was him.
Yeah.
But I love that, even seeing it like peripherally, that trajectory. I wish we just had a little more with it, I think.
Yeah.
And I will say that I am a little upset at the lack of Carmelo Johns in this film.
Yeah.
Because Michael K. Williams,
Yeah.
he was a fucking force of nature.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Acting wise, and he could have done fantastic work in this film.
Oh, yeah.
But determined and staring down Lens, Dante declares that for the past 20 years, the NFFA has taken to legalize murder to decrease the poor population, which in turn, he says, keeps the government spending down. We're shown B-roll of gun racks lined with assault rifles, a scrawled protest sign proclaiming, "My hands up, please don't shoot," along with a cropped hashtag. I'm torn of using real news footage and photographs like this, because this is clearly from the Ferguson protests.
Right.
And I know the franchise has done this before, but there was something about that one that did not sit right with me.
Because it feels
Okay,
disrespectful.
Yeah. But B-roll continues to punctuate Dante's every point, as he adds that the NFFA's plans result in less welfare, less health care, and less housing. The reporter cuts in, offering that recent polling suggests that growing anti-purge sentiment may have a monumental effect on the upcoming presidential election. We then get a shot of Tommy Roseland, the NFFA press secretary played by David Aaron Baker, standing in front of a podium and delivering a speech. But we then cut to neo-Nazis storming the streets, protesters gathered outside of the Lincoln Memorial, and a panning shot of caucus members at a party's convention. I just want to say the crossfades of the B-roll don't give you any time to live with anything that you're seeing.
Yeah.
No.
It's so quick that you don't even have time to grasp it.
Mm-hmm.
But the reporter adds that the establishment NFFA candidate, Minister Edwidge Owens, has been losing ground to independent wildcard candidate Senator Charlie Roan. We see shots of Minister Owens, played by Kyle Secor, standing in his vestments, delivering a sermon and taking the stage at a political rally.
So Kyle Secor, he looked very familiar.
Yeah.
From what I could gather or what I looked, he did a lot of stuff. But the things that I know was he was in City Slickers in 91, Sleeping with the Enemy also in 91, and Drop Zone in 94. He's done a lot of stuff.
We were reading his filmography earlier, and it's all stuff that we've heard of.
Yeah. It's really crazy because he does have one of those familiar faces.
Mm-hmm. But after shots of the minister, we find Senator Charlie Roan, played by Elizabeth Mitchell, speaking at a political rally in front of a vibrant and lively crowd of her supporters. You think she'll play Hot to Go?
Hey, good job. You beat me to it.
Now, Elizabeth Mitchell, I did recognize her from Lost. But it does look like she did Double Bang in 01, Running Scared in 06, and Sound of Hope in 2024. Now, this is a newer movie. I was interested in it. It sounds like the story is like about a community or a church that adopted a whole like foster system of kids. And I don't know if it's a true story or what. I was just kind of skimming through it, but I was like, okay. And that does say that it's this year.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I will say she is really good in this film with the material that she's given.
Yes.
I think it's very clear who she was inspired by.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's chilling in Cedar Rapids for sure.
She's asking us to Pokemon go to the polls.
Exactly.
But the reporter shares that 18 years ago, Roan was forced to watch the brutal execution of her family on Purge night and entered the political arena soon after with one goal in mind, to put an end to the annual holiday. One thing I will say, it makes perfect sense to see B-roll here of Senator Roan on talk shows, at political rallies and whatnot, but they show footage of Roan watching her family being murdered on Purge night 18 years ago, and it's just clips of what we saw at the beginning of the film. How the fuck do we have this?
That was just for us.
What?
That was just for us. That was
It's on the news.
It was her memories.
Like, it's 2040. It's technology. She was able to...
Have you never seen Black Mirror? You can upload it right to the screen. But like you said, this is a perfect person, what the tragedy that she's been through, to really take this ball and run with it, to being done with this.
Yeah.
I feel like learning that was her in the second scene of the film is too soon.
Yeah.
Well, that was the first scene. So
I would like there to be a moment that we arrive at this information.
Right.
It doesn't have to be the big end of the film twist or anything.
Yeah.
But to have this moment where she maybe talks to somebody and opens up and discusses it, and you're like, oh, wow. But we would have had to have had more time in that first scene to breathe with it, to care about it.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
So maybe it is more wise on the filmmaker's part to be a little expedient when you don't give time to anything.
Yeah.
But in a tight shot of Roan in front of a large bright blue campaign sign, she declares that there is no doubt that the soul of the nation is at stake and that the purge has to come to an end. We cut to a large conference room, the walls trimmed in marble, and a large television screen broadcasting the news report resting over an ornately carved stone fireplace. I don't know what they're doing in 2040, but there is no reason for a television to be portrait instead of landscape. I feel like they just pasted the news clip over a painting that was already there.
Oh, I'm sure.
Which, come on, man.
Yeah.
Odd choice. But sat at the table in the room and watching the broadcast are several NFFA party members, and at the head of the table sits leader Caleb Warrens, played by Raymond J. Barry. He seethes silently as the reporter claims that Senator Roan has proven to be the greatest threat to the NFFA regime since they took office 25 years ago. Harmon James, played by Christopher James Baker, stands at the side of Warrens and quickly shuts off the television with his remote control.
Couple things. Math is not and never has been my strong suit, but I kind of feel like the timeline is not timelining. Am I wrong?
No, I'm a little confused by it, frankly. Because I think in the first film it was established, this moment is correct.
Right.
Because they said 2014 is when the NFFA took office. 25 years after would be about 2040, which is when they say that this film takes place. But you had Dante that said that they were only in power for 20 years.
Yeah.
Or that the Purge has only been going on for 20 years, which I would say we should make it sound longer and worse. So let's do the full 25.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Interestingly, what I understand, at least if we're doing the math that way, is that 18 years ago would be 2022.
Okay.
And that would be the same night that the first film took place. So what happened to Charlie Roan happened the same night as what happened to Ethan Hawke and his family.
Oh.
Okay.
Well,
so that's interesting.
cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that to me would lead, and I would hope for more, maybe by way of connection between Dante Bishop and Charlie Roan.
Yeah.
Because both of their lives changed
That
dramatically
night. Yeah.
on the same exact night.
Yeah, I don't know. I also just want, before we move on, wanted to say Raymond J. Barry. I've talked a lot about how the show CSI shaped me as as a young teen, and he, I believe, was in an episode of CSI, and I think it had to be from that I hated his character so much that even now, every time I see him, I'm like, that motherfucker. Like, it's like it bleeds over into everything, and I'm right to feel that way. So, like, as soon as I saw him, I was like, he's gonna be a fucking piece of shit.
But the party members turn to face their leader, who reaches for a glass of whiskey in front of him on the table. He sips it shakily, the blinding light of day pouring in from the adjacent windows as the party members await his assessment. Finally, setting the glass down, Warren's voice echoes on the walls as he asks, his words, not mine, it's terrible, I'm very sorry, but he asks, is the cunt that close?
Oh, that's not...
No.
Like, oh my God.
Drab-suited man number 1, played by Steven Barkheimer, answers that all the polls have Roan a point behind. Minister Owens, who we now see is seated next to Warrens, apologizes to the leader, but Warrens kindly waves off his apology, assuring him that he's doing a great job and putting the onus on the party itself to put him where he needs to be. Warrens then turns his attention to Rosalind, the press secretary we saw on the news earlier, who confirms that they have their people out there countering the anti-NFFA bullshit, but he isn't sure what else they can do. Warrens emphatically declares that they do whatever it fucking takes. Rosalind can do nothing but nervously gulp, as Warrens comments that he's had it with these idealistic pigs who want the impossible for everyone to have. He states concretely that some cannot have because there's not enough to go around. The members look up at Warrens as he rises from his chair, announcing that it's time to do something about all these, quote, cocksuckers like Bishop and Roan, trying to dismantle everything that they've built.
If I may, I heard the term cocksucker more in this film than I have in some years combined, I think.
Yeah, that was odd.
Everyone says it. Everyone says it.
Yeah.
And that's a problem with the writing when all your characters sound the same.
Yeah.
Yes.
It kind of shows a bit of, and I hate, it sounds mean, but it shows weakness as a writer
Yeah.
to not differentiate these characters more.
Yeah.
When they all have the same vocabulary. I understand if like people grew up together, like if you only had people in a certain group using similar vocabulary,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Yeah.
But to have every single person, no matter their walk of life,
And honestly, it really takes the sting out of it. I don't need to hear it 6 times. It doesn't mean anything anymore. It's like, you're just saying my name now.
It does feel that way because we cuss like sailors.
But yeah.
And I don't know the last time either one of us has said that.
Yeah, no, there are like top shelf words where
Yeah.
even like if you have a potty mouth, you don't reach for that immediately.
No.
that just shows how evil he is.
And how evil
Everybody
everyone
else is. But his party members nod in agreement as he decrees that they are going to use this year's Purge to do some spring cleaning. A thud echoes in the score as we fade to black and the title appears white against a dark background. The Purge, election year. I will say, DeMonaco originally wanted to call this film The Purge, Assassins. And I don't like that at all.
No.
Why?
I don't know, but Universal was like, how about election year?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good. We're going to change it to election year. It sums it up much better. Assassins. And the marketing of it is it's like that's not even really, I understand that it becomes an element of it.
Yeah.
But I think that the most important aspect of this film is that it's the election year.
Yeah. Plus, I think that kind of gives away stuff that is revealed later on.
Yeah. And we already have a cool movie called Assassins, and that's Antonio Banderas and Sylvester Stallone.
Like,
So
leave it.
we don't need that.
Don't mess with that. One thing I will say, though, is they had a really interesting marketing campaign for this film.
Okay.
And I really liked what they did. They actually made what appeared to be political ads.
Mm-hmm.
And they were upbeat and jovial and people just touting how much they love The Purge, basically.
Yeah.
But not being so blatant about it,
Mm-hmm.
obviously. But even when it would end, it ended with that uplifting note and it just said The Purge election year. And it doesn't really tell you anything about the film. It doesn't do anything.
That's
Right.
fucking cool.
Yeah.
But this was like an online marketing campaign that I guess Universal did. And DeMonaco appreciated it a lot. And obviously they had the standard trailers and the cinema and things like that. But I really appreciated that they tried to do this like little viral marketing thing
Yeah.
of being vague and making it look real.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing I do have to say, we already know from watching the first 2 films that the NFFA is evil.
Right.
They're a terrible political party, organization, just awful. There's something about this scene that just feels so cartoonish.
Yeah.
It's like on The Simpsons where they had like Dracula and Mr. Burns
Yep.
and,
Yeah.
you know, like sitting at a table in a dark room. It's like, this is just really cliche.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's my note. This is really a movie. Like I'm like, because it is. You're watching and say, "Come on, dude. This is what I'm watching."
And I think the thing is that him, you know, a little spring cleaning.
Yeah.
It's like you're going to try to kill the senator. I don't know
We got
why.
it, yeah.
You have to lie to your friends here. We all know what you're talking about. But, and I think it would work better. I don't know how it would work better because we already know what the stakes are going to be.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know. There's just something about it that just feels, again, very heavy-handed.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get all the villains in one room and tell their exact plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the first 10 minutes of the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But when we return, the camera pans across the Capitol building as dusk approaches, and we enter an auditorium during a presidential debate between Roan and Owens. The moderator of the debate, played by Portland Helmick, asks Owens where he will be spending Purge night. Owens announces proudly to the capacity crowd that he will once again be presiding over his party's midnight Purge mass. And as he cuts his eyes to Roan, adds that he will be doing this because he still believes in the Purge. Roan admonishes the Midnight Purge Mass, where she says that the NFFA leaders gather together to slaughter innocents. I know we've been kind of critical so far, I will say, but I want to add to it just a little bit more.
But I'm not done.
There's something, again, just the phrase and the event title, Midnight Purge Mass, that just feels pretty lazy.
Yeah.
Right?
I think that's
It's
my.
not great.
I think that's my issue. Look, you get it out on paper, get everything out, but then you go back
Yeah.
and you change phrases and titles and names that sound a little lazy, like Midnight Purge Mass. You change it to something different. That's a first draft name.
We've all heard of a Midnight Mass.
Yes.
What if we just throw
Purge.
In the middle.
dead center?
That sounds great.
Where it fits the least.
Right. Yes.
And I will say, I know we're going to touch on the rule, because isn't it like certain levels of political authority, you're not allowed to do anything to them, but they're allowed to be out here killing people? That doesn't seem fair.
Yeah.
I thought that they just like could not participate.
One would think.
One way or the other. It's like, no, we can still kill you.
Yeah. But
You just can't kill us. But come to our midnight purge mass.
It's crazy.
It's just as fun as it sounds.
But Roan turns to Owens, asking him if murder is the country's new religion. The moderator scolds Roan, but Owens scoffs snarkily at Roan's question. He clarifies that the Midnight Purge Mass is actually where the NFFA leaders gather to celebrate what he claims to be the night that saved this country from economic ruin.
First of all, he was told there would be no fact checking. Secondly, with that name, dude, no, you're not.
No.
Yeah.
Like, stop.
But Roan replies lowly that she has other ways. But Owens continues to the applause of the crowd that America was built on sacrifice, from the Revolution all the way to World War II. That was 100 years ago at this point.
All the way there, and then it's
Stop. Never did anything else. It's like, what are you talking about? Are you aware of the 1960s?
Yeah.
Are you aware of like fucking anything?
a really odd thing to say. And they're just like, yeah.
Yeah.
I will say who Minister Owens is as a person and who the fuck we see himself aligning himself with later. Maybe it does make sense for this piece of shit to completely disregard the civil rights movement.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
maybe that does make sense.
It tracks.
But the music pounds tensely as we pan to the backstage area to find Leo Barnes, the head of Roan's security detail, played by Frank Grillo.
I was the Leonardo DiCaprio meme.
Yeah.
I honestly was shocked to see him again.
Yes.
I'm glad to see him because I feel like he takes this part so seriously.
Yeah.
And his performance is always fantastic, even like regardless of the material.
Yeah.
I just really like him as an actor.
No, yeah. I will say that is one thing, like we said earlier. All the actors that come, they're here. They're doing their job. You know what I mean? And he does really good as well. I remember him too, and again, we know him from a bunch of stuff. I remember him from Captain America and Winter Soldier.
Right.
Yeah.
That was 2014. He was also in The Gray in 2011, which is also a good movie. He did Hell on the Border in 2019 and Black and Blue also in 2019. But he is a really good actor.
Yeah, I appreciate a lot. And he was probably one of the best parts of the second film.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when you're doing something like this, you need somebody who's going to be that committed. And he is.
Yeah.
It is giving Max Payne sometimes to the point where it does distract me a little bit, but he's good.
Yeah.
Something interesting I read from an interview with DeMonaco, he had said that realistically and honestly, this film and the story could have worked without Leo Barnes, the character, being her security or her bodyguard.
Yeah.
But that added detail of bringing back this character who the fans, from what I've read, loved the hell out of.
Yeah.
It just adds more depth to it and brings in this character that we already have a history with.
Yeah.
For sure. And I will say that is something that is successful in this film for me. Bringing Dante back, bringing Leo back. I do like and appreciate that.
Yeah.
But Leo clutches a radio, alerting his men to look alive. They chirp their response, assuring that they have an eye on the senator. But on stage, as Owens continues patting himself and the NFFA on the back, Leo approaches Chief Cooper and tall Eric Busmalis, members of the security detail played by Ethan Phillips and Adam Cantor, respectively, as they watch the debate from the wings. He is credited as tall Eric Busmalis.
Yeah, all right.
I mean, he's reasonably tall, I would say. Not enough to name a character after it, but... But Leo tells them simply, she moves, we move. The stage lights beam brightly over the candidates as the audience applauds Minister Owens, who insists that the statistics show a drop in crime as a result of the purge. Roan taps her podium in annoyance as she asks sarcastically if she has to listen to this and requests to be sent to the principal's office. I'm on her side, but she's a terrible debater, dude. What the hell is that? If I'm on her team, I'm just like, no. Yeah. Stop. No. But Owens assures Roan that they will send her to the principal's office because she can't keep her mouth shut.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
So what the fuck? I thought this was a debate.
It's about to be something. No, let me stop. But yeah, what the hell is going on?
Are you trying to candidate me?
Yeah, I had no idea.
I had to clean it up because I know where we're going. But Roan speaks over the applause of the audience, attempting to get their attention with proper statistics, accompanied by uplifting piano in the score. She states that more low-income people are killed during the purge than anyone else, and the money generated from the purge lines the pockets of the NRA and the insurance companies. Owens silently shakes his head in disagreement as Roan continues. A voice in the crowd shouts, "Don't listen to her!" But nevertheless, Roan persists. Any government system that relies on violence to answer its problems must be rebooted. From the wings, Cooper lauds Roan's performance, and the audience is finally on her side for the first time, as Roan announces that it's time to call upon the better angels of our nature. The crowd rises to their feet, giving Roan a standing ovation, which inspires her, for some reason, to step away from the podium. She states that Owens is just going to keep lying, and he hangs his head at his podium. But tall Eric in the wings grows frustrated as Roan descends the staircase from the stage and into the crowd, and Leo orders him to secure the audience, commenting to Cooper that he needs to put a leash on Roan, as she's no good to anyone dead.
This was a little bit. I was like, she's going to start crowd surfing?
Yeah.
I busted out laughing because they show her as she steps into the crowd, and she still sounds as loud as when she was mic'd for some reason.
Yeah.
But she loudly says, "I'd like to talk to you guys." And her mouth is not saying any of that. But it's just like, what the hell is this?
Yeah. Well, tall Eric can see her.
He's tall enough.
Over everything.
Yeah.
But Leo exits the backstage area, trailing behind tall Eric and Roan, speaking into his radio that they're on the move. Owens walks over to the edge of the stage to shake hands with his supporters because I guess the debate is just over now. But Roan stands in front of the bright light of a camera in the middle of the crowd, commenting that she'd be happy to talk with them all night. Leo and tall Eric, however, have their job cut out for them as they attempt to keep an eye on the senator and maintain her security. But as the music swells, the camera follows Roan and she smiles, shaking hands with her supporters, while Owens shouts loudly from the stage, "Go out, purge, and purify."
The man never drank a duff in his life.
But the scene ends abruptly, and we cut to Joe's Deli, a restaurant and grocery store in Washington, D.C., its name written in white on the tattered awning outside. But inside, Joe Dixon, the owner of the establishment, played by McKelty Williamson, sprays cleaner on the front counter, watching the news on a nearby television.
So McKelty Williamson, I know we remember him, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, of course. Forrest Gump.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was 94. But we have talked about him before on The First Power.
That's right.
That was 1990.
I was like, he's familiar.
Yes.
I totally forgot that.
Me too. I forgot he was in that.
Yeah. I did too, honestly. He also did Free Willy in 93, and then he did a movie called Fences in 2016.
Oh, wow.
Fences.
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, amazing with what he's given.
Yeah.
Because his character is very likable, but a lot of the dialogue is not.
No.
Yeah.
But the reporter from earlier shares that Senator Roan broke security protocol after the debate, as she's done many times before. Joe glances over at a nearby table occupied by Lainey Rucker and Irish Ike Jenkins, played by Betty Gabriel and George Lee Miles, respectively.
Betty Gabriel, Get Out,
Yes.
2017. It looks like she also did a movie, Upgrade, in 2018.
Upgrade is fantastic. Lee Winnell is a goddamn master.
All right. And I think we've seen this. I could be mistaken. It says she also did Unfriended Dark Web in 2018.
I haven't seen that one in forever, but I remember liking Dark Web better than the original Unfriended.
Oh.
Okay, because I know we watched Unfriended.
Yes.
But I can't remember if we watched the Dark Web one. Anyway, she also did It Lives Inside in 2023.
Oh.
Okay.
I think she's fantastic in this.
Yeah.
I feel like sometimes you watch movies and you think, you're doing better than this movie deserves.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like her performance in this, she gives such a sense of credibility to a lot of moments that probably don't deserve it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But wiping his counter clean, Joe remarks that Roan, again, the dialogue, has them little titties, but she's got some big ass balls.
I think this might have been the first instance of me being like, who wrote this?
But it would not be the last.
Yeah.
Nowhere near.
I chuckled.
Lainey tilts her head, silently scolding Joe with a single look, as he adds that Roan doesn't have a snowball's chance in a steam bath of winning, but he commends her for taking on those white-haired George Washington wannabe mofos all by herself. Lainey calls bullshit, assuming Roan to be full of it too, and cynically stating that nothing will ever change. Joe then draws Lainey's attention to Marcos, played by J.J. Soria, who looks up from stocking the shelves, commenting that he thinks they've offended Marcos with their anti-senator talk. Marcos steps away from the shelves and over to the group, optimistic that Roan will win and that she'll make real changes too. He posits that all Roan needs is Florida, and if she gets those 29 electoral votes, it'll put her over the 270 threshold. He states confidently that Roan can do it. So I just want to point out that this version of the United States has passed a law that the Purge is a thing, but we still can't get rid of the Electoral College.
No.
God damn. But as Marcos returns to stalking, Joe just shakes his head with a smirk, calling him a smartass, and he remarks that he's got all that knowledge, but he still can't butter a bagel right.
How is he a smartass for knowing how the Electoral College works?
Yeah.
I mean, he's intelligent. That's
just smart.
Yeah. It's not sarcasm or anything.
Yeah.
Oh.
Marcos retorts that he'll butter Joe's bagel, which inspires a jovial gasp from Lainey and a bit of wisdom from Joe as he warns Marcos to be careful with all that hope, as hope can lead to a lot of letdown. He urges the elder Irish Ike to concur, but Ike wasn't even paying attention, admitting that he was just sitting there thinking, and again, I apologize, he was just sitting there thinking about waffles and pussy.
Weren't we all, Ike?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I was just like, what the fuck?
At this point, I was like, did Rob Zombie write this? But he does state that this is all he ever thinks about. And the group laughs, and I sit here wondering what the fuck is going on.
Yeah.
But Irish Ike wonders what they're all laughing at, adding that he's dead serious. He's like, guys, I haven't
It's all
thought
I
about
can
anything
think
else since 1975, please. And they're like, oh, Ike.
Well.
But we fade to black. Which, all right.
Yeah, I was like, that was not strong enough to go out on.
This happens a lot in the movie.
It does.
And I was kind of confused because this isn't made for TV.
And so there's a lot of room for commercial
Yeah.
breaks.
But we then get a graphic in the lower third that reads, March 20th, one day before the annual Purge. When we fade back in, we're treated to a news clip of Roseland standing at a podium, flanked on either side by sky blue NFFA banners. He touts the NFFA for believing in fairness, adding that they hear what the people are saying, that the Purge benefits the rich and the powerful. But from her bustling office in Washington, D.C., Roan sits at her desk on the telephone, conferring with members of her staff over designs of campaign signs, while Cooper stands watching the television nervously. Roseland continues that this was never the intention, and he declares that from this moment on, no one is exempt from the Purge. The rules that once protected Level 10 individuals have officially been revoked.
So this is a wild change to make one day before the Purge commences.
Yeah.
And my note is, so they're obviously going to try to kill Senator Roan, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And the thing about it that really gets me is this is telegraphing that move completely.
Yeah.
So if you're Senator Roan, you're like, oh, that's not good for me at all.
For me, yeah,
No.
exactly.
So I'm going to plan around that
Yeah.
and probably not get killed.
Yeah, that would be
somewhere
the plan.
safe.
Yeah.
But Leo walks into the office with tall Eric trailing just behind him, asking Cooper if he's heard the news. Cooper says that he has, and then literally repeats what we just heard. The government is revoking the rule that protects individuals of ranking 10 on Purge night.
Oh, good. I forgot.
What's wild to me is this moment is it's not like this has been announced before. It literally happened 2 seconds ago, and Leo's like, did you hear? It's not this thing that's been sitting in like the fucking news for 10 days or something.
Yeah.
Like, and then for him to just repeat it verbatim, it's like, we just heard it. It's like, what the hell is this screenplay?
Kind of a mess.
Yeah.
But Leo states that he's going to secure a safe house for the senator on Purge night. But Roan, who is now off of her telephone call, refuses this, revealing that she plans to spend Purge night at home. Leo suggests that she reconsider, but Roan says that if the voters find out that she's hiding in a fortress like some rich asshole on Purge night, she'll lose votes and the NFFA will win. She insists that she'll be staying home and directs Leo to make it safe, whatever it takes. And Leo reluctantly accepts his order.
I was just thinking, what good is $1 million if you're dead?
I mean,
Those votes that you're going to lose, you're not going to get them anyway when you're murdered on Purge night.
No shit.
I get the relatability. I mean, I get it. I just feel like I would appreciate, as a voter, the transparency.
mm-hmm.
I feel targeted. I'm going to go into hiding so that I can still fight for you tomorrow.
It's that.
It's
Yeah.
just like, no, like the digging the heels. And it's like, I get the sentiment. I'm just like you. She was talking to the people at the debate, guys.
Yeah.
She's just like us. I get it, but it's like, at what point is it foolish?
Yeah, no, and that is a good point, because if we lose our hope, you are our only hope. If you're gone, then what the fuck's left?
And I got to be honest, there's a couple of things that popped up for me just now in my mind, which is usually where thoughts pop up. But I was thinking, firstly, no talk of any vice president on either of the tickets.
Oh, yeah.
Because I feel like that would be an interesting thing as well if they tried to like turn her vice against her.
Yeah.
Or something, to kind of lead to a little bit more of that political intrigue.
Yeah.
But something else that I was thinking is like, she's like, no, I can't go to a safe house because then people will be like, oh, she's whatever. She's a rich asshole. But she does have a full team of security and a security system at her house, basically turning her house into a safe house,
Yeah.
which regular people cannot afford.
So
Yeah.
what's the difference?
I don't know the difference.
Yeah, no, just go to the fucking safe house, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Come
or you
on.
can rent out a place and invite other people to come and be safe with you.
Yeah, but you can't trust.
Yeah, I was going to
Well,
say.
pat him down. I'm just saying there are other ways around it. Then
Yeah.
no, we're going to stay in my apartment. It's just,
Or hire a decoy at your house.
Yeah, there you go.
And then
It's like I was there all night. You saw
Yeah.
the sexy librarian glasses.
you saw the back of that blonde head. It's just a mannequin. But on the streets of D.C., Lainey walks through the rain, listening to music on her headphones. But suddenly, axe-headed man, played by Tom Paulino, leaps out in front of her from inside of a store. He cackles from beneath his partially bandaged mask, raising it from his face to reveal a sick smile as he tells Lainey that all masks in his store are half price. Lainey pushes him out of her way as he urges her to come inside, but when she just continues walking past his displays, the axe-headed man lifts his arms, loudly and proudly proclaiming to passersby that the Purge is Halloween for adults, as he cackles maniacally.
Halloween is Halloween for adults.
Yeah, I was going to say.
And
Yeah.
secondly, you can't just be doing that, dude, popping up in people's faces like that.
Yeah.
No.
You
I
got
know.
very lucky.
It is the day before the Purge. This
Still.
would be a lot worse tomorrow.
Yeah.
But still.
Yeah, but even that, wouldn't you be afraid I'm going to piss somebody off right now, tomorrow?
Yeah.
I'm still fresh in their mind.
Oh, yeah.
And they know where my shop is.
Yeah.
I'm literally scaring the shit out of them and then guiding them to my shop.
Yeah, and we'll soon learn how small infractions
Yeah.
amount to a lot of absurdity.
Yeah.
But we cut to footage of a reporter played by Matt Walton who stands in front of a baggage claim at the airport. He shares that hordes of young adults are arriving from all over the world to take part in the annual Purge, calling them murder tourists. He interviews South African man played by Antoine Coetzee, who walks with a group of arrivals and calmly says that he is here to purge, to kill, and release all of his anger and hate, to be like Americans. He admits that he's very excited before staring down Lens into the camera, speaking in Afrikaans, before walking off with the others. The reporter sums it up. Foreigners coming to our country to kill. He says it's the new booming business in the country this year.
This is a kind of fascinating aspect that it's just left here.
Yeah.
Because I feel like it's not, I mean, we've already talked about how we don't think the Purge is very outlandish in today's scope, the prospect of it. I think definitely if they could find a way for this to be a tourist event and they could monetize that.
Oh, yeah.
Or you pay some insane fee to come here and fucking purge your heart out and then go back home. Absolutely, I can see this happening.
I think something that's wild to me is that as capitalistic as the society is, it took you 25 years to come up with this idea.
They're like, oh shit, dude. There's other countries besides that is American.
Yeah.
To just not realize
That's
that there's
fair,
other
yeah.
countries.
I've seen a lot of videos of maps and it's embarrassing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like this. It feels weird. To me, it feels a little bit out of place. But, and again, the paying for it, this is the first time we're hearing that. And then that's it, like you said.
Yeah, I just feel like it's an interesting aspect to explore. It almost gives like kind of a hostile
That's what I was thinking
situation.
Yeah.
I feel like honestly that could have been its own film almost for me.
Okay.
But yeah, it's just like we're about to do some freaky shit. And then it's like, okay, they're going to do some freaky shit.
Yeah.
And we're moving on.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the thing. There is some commentary there about that.
Yeah.
But again, it's just like, it's more just, here is the commentary.
Yeah.
Here it is, and then move on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just, it lacks, and that's kind of a big problem that I have with this film, is it just lacks nuance.
Mhm.
Okay.
But we return to Joe's Deli, where Joe stands behind the counter watching the broadcast with Mrs. Sabian, played by Johnny May. Mrs. Sabian can't believe her ears. Murder tourism. She woefully asks Joe what's happening to their country. Joe wishes that he knew, but he hands her the change from her transaction and tells her to let him know the next time that she needs anything, because he'll have Marcos run it over so she doesn't have to leave the house. But Mrs. Sabian jokes that the only reason she comes here is to flirt with Joe. After a little banter, Mrs. Sabian is on her way, But Marcos looks over into the aisles where he sees Kimmy, played by Brittany Mirabal, walking with schoolgirl number 2, played by Wani Felice. Kimmy eyes a fly swatter on an end cap and snags it, playfully swatting schoolgirl number 2 on the butt before hitting random items on the shelf with it. Joe jokes to Marcos that Mrs. Sabian is indeed a nasty woman, but Marcos is preoccupied by the security monitor in front of him, watching the 2 schoolgirls as they take items off of clips and toss them to the floor, laughing. Marcos alerts Joe, who watches as schoolgirl number 2 hands a candy bar to Kimmy, who looks around conspiratorially before stashing it in her bra. Fed up, Joe pushes past Marcos and into the aisles, just as Lainey walks in through the front entrance of the store and asks where Joe is headed. But Joe has already made it over to the girls, confronting them about what he saw and demanding that they hand over the candy so he won't have to call the police. Schoolgirl number 2 leans nonchalantly against a shelf as Kimmy stands behind her, scoffing and rolling her eyes. She calls Joe an old man and tells him to get out of her face, but Joe just blocks the aisle, kindly asking them to not have to do this the hard way and telling them that if they don't give up the candy, he's going to take it back from them. Kimmy seethes that if he touches her, she'll scream rape, cursing him and suggesting that he walk away. But just then, Lainey approaches from behind, ordering the girls to give back the merchandise. Kimmy then charges for Lainey, asking who the hell she is and suggesting that she get out of her way. But schoolgirl number 2 holds her friend back, warning her that that's Lainey Rucker. Kimmy realizes who she's dealing with, seemingly impressed, calling her the OG Queen Badass, and remembering that people used to call Lainey Pequeña Muerte, Little Death.
Thank you for translating my nickname for me. This is I'm sorry. I'll hold my peace until the end.
Lainey's like, I never knew what it meant.
Yeah. Oh, that's what they were. That's badass.
That's cool as hell.
I love that.
Right? No wonder you guys like that.
But Kimmy admits that Lainey is her hero. And Lainey is proud to hear this, but she urges Kimmy to give back whatever she stole and to apologize to Joe. Kimmy reluctantly retrieves the candy from her bra, handing it back to Joe, and for some reason doing some kind of Harley Quinn impression because she goes, "Sorry, mister, I was just playing." I'm like, what the hell? You've never talked like that.
I don't know.
But she turns her attention back to Lainey, asking what happened to her, remarking that she looks all whitish now, bidding her farewell and wishing that she had met her back in the day. As she walks past Joe and toward the exit, Kimmy takes her time, staring Joe down unblinkingly.
Kimmy has, and if we see her again, probably continues to have, some interesting choices in acting style.
Mm-hmm.
She is supposed to be like a teenage girl, right? Like a high school girl, right?
I believe so. All of her friends are either uncredited or called schoolgirl number 2, 3, whatever.
She reads very teenager, which is something I have an issue with later on. This whole thing, I'll just put a bow on it and say I don't like it. I don't like this. I don't like what comes of it. I feel like also if we're one day away from the Purge, right? It's tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I'm a shop owner, I'm probably not opening up today. And if I am and a kid steals some candy, she can fucking have it. I mean, I'm not starting any fights the night before the Purge. Maybe that's me being overly cautious, but I think we talked about it before, but some people, it takes one thing.
Mm-hmm. And it's literally a candy bar.
Yeah.
I feel like we can let that go, like you're saying.
It's not worth it.
Yeah, just take it and get the fuck out.
But now alone together in the aisle, Joe remarks that Lainey was a lot more respectful when she was shoplifting back in the day. He even remembers that she called him sir when she was stealing from him. Lainey chuckles, but Joe takes a moment to thank her sincerely for what she just did for him. Lainey tells Joe that he's her family, which he appreciates, thanking her again. I like these small moments.
Yes.
Yeah. And I feel like there is a lot of chemistry between certain groups of characters and actors.
Yeah.
I just feel like a lot of it does get ruined by like stuff like we just saw.
Yeah.
It does.
Where it feels just over the top and you're just like, I don't know what tone we're going for.
Mm-hmm.
But inside Senator Roan's townhouse, Leo leads Cooper and Tall Eric through the halls, directing areas where he wants to have security personnel. And as they head upstairs, Leo shares that while Roan already has some security, he's revamping everything. New barricades on the doors and all the windows. Cooper remarks that it looks safe, but Leo says that if he says that one more time, he's going to throw him down the stairs. And Cooper asks him not to do that.
That made me laugh, honestly.
It's about, I wouldn't say at this point, but watching this all play out, I've seen 2 or 3 of them. This almost feels like it's a Has Fallen movie disguised as a Purge movie from now on. I don't know if it's just my brain was remembering some of the stuff from those movies and it's like, that's very similar. Oh, that's what. But it does seem like, like I said earlier, it seems like there's a tonal shift at some point from it being something like that, as opposed to what it was earlier, to where it was anarchy and the streets are going to go wild and we're going to this and that. And then it changes to we're just going to focus on this.
I think they might be trying to do too much.
Yeah.
Because they are trying to have this political thriller on the side of what they've done already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know, again, how successful this marriage really is.
Yeah.
But once upstairs, Leo states that he wants men on every door, and then he points to a room at the end of the hall, which he says will act as their control room, where they'll have eyes and ears on everything. But approaching another doorway, Leo declares this to be Roan's safe room, which he says she isn't to leave, and no one is allowed inside. He asks Cooper and Tall Eric if they understand, but Cooper just calls it all a mess, claiming that Roan won't be happy about this. But Leo doesn't care, noting that he wants to go on record saying that this is all a bad idea, because no matter what they do, this house and Senator Roan are at risk on Purge night. Cooper understands, offering, "Let's lock it down," before heading back downstairs. Leo chuckles at Cooper's tenacity. But Tall Eric is then given the order to check in with everyone downstairs and to keep an eye on Cooper. As he walks off, Leo peers worriedly into Roan's prospective safe room. I thought it was kind of strange that it seems like they're planting the seeds that Leo doesn't trust Cooper.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't trust anyone.
No.
Fair. But I don't know why he's like, but Tall Eric's all right.
Yeah.
He's tall. He's trustworthy immediately.
His neck is high.
His neck is high, so we trust him.
But back at Joe's Deli, Lainey sucks on a red lollipop as she plays cards at the table with Irish Ike. Dante appears on television in the background, admonishing the NFFA for creating a predatory capitalism where profit-making is the essence of democracy. We see him standing defiantly with the Lincoln Memorial behind him as he says that they've come to D.C. to make some changes. As Marcos stands buttering a bagel and Joe tends to his work behind the counter, reporter number 3, played by Darcy Fisher, states that Dante Bishop, like his predecessor Carmelo Johns, is suspected to have eliminated many wealthy NFFA supporters on Purge night, and she says that many are wondering why he would come to Washington this year.
Are they wondering?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to just say, again, I know we're being very critical.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like any of this because the thing for me is, aside from it, and we already talked about it being kind of a letdown that we don't get Carmelo Johns at all.
Yeah.
And kind of just not even explaining what happened to him or anything like that. I feel like one of the things about these revolutionaries and this kind of rebellious uprising is they were very underground. So on this news segment on the Chiron, it says live at the National Mall. So Dante's just out in the open being interviewed by the news?
I didn't even think of that, but you're right.
Yeah.
I feel like I liked it much better at the beginning of the film where he's fucking sending tapes to news stations.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of what an underground revolutionary would do.
Right.
But to be like, yeah, I'll be interviewed in front of everyone at the National Mall in broad daylight.
Yeah.
Day before the
Right,
purge.
at our
For
hangout.
sure.
You guys just come over. I'll show you how to get this.
It's like,
Yeah.
what the hell? And also, so now they know you're here. The
Yeah.
NFFA knows you're here.
That's right.
Why would
Oh,
you,
come
like,
on,
it just
dude.
makes no sense.
No.
Carmela would never.
No. Never. But the phone rings in the deli, and Joe scoops it up to answer it. We can immediately tell that it's bad news, and he soon grows frustrated, asking whoever's on the other end why they're raising his rates today, on the day of the purge.
That's fucking. That is. I don't even know what to say.
No.
He demands to speak to a supervisor, but the insurance company hangs up on him. He tosses the phone onto the counter, cursing as he walks past Lainey and Irish Ike. Lainey asks him what happened.
Lainey.
Yeah.
Joe reveals that his insurance company just raised the premium on his purge coverage by thousands the day before the purge.
That's got to be illegal.
Yeah.
But he says that if he doesn't pay it by tomorrow, he'll have no purge coverage for the store.
Was it just me, or was anybody else not really surprised that this, like, something else bad was going to happen?
Not at all. It's like, I understand that we have to propel the plot forward and we need to get the characters places.
Mm-hmm.
But the job of the writer is to make it an interesting and organic journey for these characters to end up in these situations.
Yeah.
This is like, what do you mean my insurance is? It's like, this is only to get us where we need to go later.
Yeah.
Which I know that that's what all writing is, but I shouldn't feel it. Like, this is, I don't know. I was laughing out loud.
Yeah.
I just feel like, firstly, I agree 100%, but it's the way that they say it. My purge coverage will be raised by thousands the day before the purge. If I don't pay it by tomorrow, I won't have purge coverage tomorrow on the day of the purge. It's like, yes.
And I
We
won't be
got
able to
it.
Yeah,
go to
we
the
know.
midnight purge mass.
But Marcos is flabbergasted, and Lainey suggests that he just lock the place down. Joe says that he will, but that she knows that it won't be good enough, lamenting that without coverage, he's screwed. And after a moment of contemplation, Joe resolves to protect the store himself.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Lainey and Marcos urge him not to, Lainey reasoning that they all love this store, but it's just stuff that can be replaced. Joe can't be. He then asks Lainey about what she gets up to on Purge night, asking if that's not the pot calling the kettle brown.
Okay.
Yeah.
And no,
It's not.
No.
I don't think it is.
But Lainey at least defends herself, telling Joe that it's different and he knows it. She's protected on Purge night, but he won't be. Emotion choking his voice, Joe admits that the store is all he has. It's his slice of the pie. I love how we all just told you how valuable you are, and you're like, the store's all I got.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about anything but this store.
Who are you guys?
They're going to raise his insurance, man.
Yeah.
Flustered, he removes his apron, tossing it onto the counter as he walks away from Lainey, muttering that he can't lose this place. Marcos rushes after Joe, hoping to change his mind, but we linger on Lainey, who stands stoically at the door as sentimental strings sound in the score, and we fade to black. We then get text in the lower third, complete with a thud. Purge night. 12 minutes until the annual purge. The sun sets on Washington, D.C., the glowing sun disappearing behind monuments amidst the haze of an orange sky, before we glide over townhouses, a sinister symphony rising, before we cut to the team of security guarding Senator Roan's back door. Inside, the control room is ready and operational, with tall Eric manning the screens, noting that everyone is in place, all systems go. As Leo stares pensively out of the window, checking his watch, tall Eric alerts him that they are 10 minutes to lockdown. This has always bothered me about the Purge. I don't understand why there would be any kind of rule that's like you can only lock down like a minute before it starts.
Yeah.
because they all
Every
do.
time.
Yeah.
I would be locked down like 2 days before.
Yeah.
I would order a shit ton of food or something and then like have
Anything.
people I trust around.
That's so stupid.
Well, even if you're going to get out in the morning before, because what does it start like at 5? They let you work a shift and then you got to
Which
go
is
home. and-
wild as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
honestly.
no.
Well, you got to work.
yeah, clearly.
You got to pay for the security
Yeah.
system.
Yeah. I heard the rates are going up.
Oh, shit.
But even that, wouldn't you go in the morning, then come and be like, look, we got everything. Shut it down. That's it.
Yes, as soon as you can, and especially with how much is at stake, they're like, well, 2 minutes is enough to lock everything
Yeah.
down.
Well, remember the last one? They're traveling around and driving in the car. It's
Yeah.
like I'm not going anywhere.
It's like, is the gas cheaper on Purge night? I would
Oh,
like,
damn. That does make a difference.
like people are only getting it to burn shit down. Like you can get gas for like 50 cents. But at Joe's Deli, large metal doors slide down on top of the storefront glass. A sticker of Senator Roan's campaign plastered on one of the windows. Joe ascends the rooftop in the dark, carrying a lawn chair and a cooler. He sets them down, lighting a lantern before readying a few pistols and leaning a rifle against the small brick wall overlooking the empty street. He peers left and right in anticipation of something awful. But we then find Laney standing on a street corner, but stepping into the road as an armored ambulance pulls up, its lights beaming through the haze of the night and a large cross decorating the hood. She steps inside, taking the passenger seat as she's greeted by Dawn, played by Liza Colon-Zayas. I love her. She's on The Bear.
Okay.
She is fantastic. Something I learned because this actor played her husband in an episode of The Bear, and I learned that he is actually her husband in real life. It's David Zayas, who plays Detective Batista on Dexter.
Oh, okay.
I love him.
Yeah, but she is fantastic. And I'm upset because they literally like give her nothing to do in this film.
Yeah.
But Dawn asks if Laney is ready, and she says that she is, offering Vaya con Dios before the vehicle pulls away from the curb.
Okay, Monsignor Martinez.
But back in Roan's townhouse, Leo approaches the senator in her safe room. She sits casual behind a desk in front of a small laptop as Leo tells her that this will be her home for the next 12 hours and that if she needs anything, she contacts him and him only. Cooper stands awkwardly in the corner of the room as Roan assures Leo that they're clear. Leo then suggests that they begin, and he pulls out a small device from his pocket and presses a few buttons on it to engage the security system. We watch as thick panes of metal descend, covering the doors and windows of the house, leaving members of Roan's security detail out in the cold on fucking Purge night.
I didn't even think about that.
Like, it's ridiculous.
The more I thought about it, I'm like, this isn't a regular assignment.
No.
And there's going to be more people out here than the people who wish to do Roan harm.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I don't know. It kind of feels like I said earlier, the regular Purge festivities is just like peppered throughout.
Mm-hmm.
Because stuff like this, it's like, no, we shouldn't be standing outside.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. What did they say 25 years in? Maybe it's just like, man, like nobody comes out for Black Friday anymore. Nobody purges anymore.
Maybe that explains why the streets are so empty in this film.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I was going to say it later, but it's like, why was he so worried? Because this area is pretty dead tonight.
Yeah, no shit.
But inside the safe room, Roan, Leo, and Cooper watch as a television on the wall springs to life, the background glowing a bright red as an emergency signal sounds and white text begins to scroll. A voice, provided by an uncredited Cindy Robinson, declares that this is not a test. This is the emergency broadcast system announcing the commencement of the annual Purge, sanctioned by the U.S. government. We cut to Joe, reclined in his chair on the rooftop, flipping through a magazine, as the announcement continues, echoing through nearby speakers. Commencing at the siren, any and all crime, including murder, will be legal for 12 continuous hours. Joe exhales. Here we go. As Laney and Dawn speed down the street in their ambulance, the announcement continues on their radio. Police, fire, and emergency medical services will be unavailable until tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Returning to Roan's safe room, Leo watches the crawl of text as the voice declares that for the first time since its inception, no one will be granted special immunity from the Purge. No citizen or group will be exempt. The announcement concludes, "Blessed be our new founding fathers and America, a nation reborn. May God be with you all." Leo and Roan exchange a glance as the eerie and ear-splitting siren wails, and we get shots of the barren D.C. streets as the alarm blares before gliding over the lights of the city and various monuments as the annual Purge has officially commenced.
I think it would have been a little cool if we would have maybe seen some people outside waiting, or groups of people outside waiting,
or getting like hyped
or
up,
celebrating while the sirens are going off, because it does feel empty.
Yeah.
Like a lot of what we see throughout is empty.
It's very strange to me, and Nate was talking off mic about the worries that Joe has for the deli.
Mm-hmm.
And he's honestly fine if he didn't piss off one person.
Yeah.
Because there's literally nobody else out here for some reason.
Yeah.
We get like small little pops of Purge activity.
Yeah.
But it all, and that's something that's so strange to me, because I feel like maybe they did it better in Purge Anarchy.
Okay.
Yeah.
But this feels like we're kind of, and we'll continue, but kind of going from tableau to tableau.
Yes.
In a very sparse city that's supposed to be Washington, D.C.
Right.
And it just doesn't feel like we're not in any danger.
Yeah.
No.
As long as we're not running for office, we're fucking fine.
Or we didn't deny anybody a candy bar.
Right.
These are the two things. But I did want to talk a little bit about the filming of the Purge election year, because they actually filmed in Providence, Rhode Island, and had it double for Washington, D.C.
Oh, damn.
The interesting thing about it is a couple of the buildings that we saw, the White House at the beginning, in the interiors, and Roan's office were actually the Rhode Island State House.
Oh, shit.
And so they legitimately filmed in a government building for a few of those scenes.
That's
Okay.
cool.
But they did actually go to D.C. for a little while to shoot, I think, for a week. But it was only to shoot exteriors and some of the landmarks and monuments.
Okay.
And so we do actually see some parts of the film, even on Purge night, that are actually Washington, D.C.
Okay.
But they were talking about how high the security is, understandably, in D.C., and that it was probably the most uncomfortable filming experience ever, because you have to have so many clearances and qualifications.
Yeah.
DeMonaco was talking. He's like, well, you want to film on the sidewalk? Well, there's an agency that handles the sidewalks. You want to film on the grass? There's an agency that handles the grass. Like, everything is fucking so structured and ridiculous. But he said that it made location scouting miserable.
Yeah.
And so there were a lot of times that they were filming monuments, and they literally had to stick to what the city allowed. So if they're like, you have 5 minutes and it's 4 minutes and 59 seconds, they show up and they're like, get out, you got to go.
Damn.
Holy shit.
But I mean, I understand the need to know that you are where you're supposed to be for what you're claiming that you're doing.
Of course.
Yeah.
But damn, that sucks.
Mm-hmm.
They were talking about the armorer of the film who was in charge of the fake weapons.
Yeah.
And he obviously would check everything that they would use, but then the DC police would come in and check everything again.
Yeah.
Which is not what happens when you film in any other city, really.
Yeah.
So it's like they are very thorough, and for a reason.
Yeah.
There's none of that, them distracting them while they get the shot.
No.
No. Yeah.
No, not this time.
No.
But at Roan's townhouse, Leo watches the security monitors in the control room, radioing into a guard who waves at him on the camera. After the guard responds back to him, tall Eric walks over, suggesting that with everything locked down, Leo can relax. But Leo just says that he'll relax in the morning.
No, we can't relax. It just started right now.
Yeah.
That's so fucking funny to me. But every time you say tall Eric, I'm thinking of that thing from like It Follows or something.
Just lurching through the door.
Yeah.
Yeah, looming in the back of the room.
I put Tall Eric throughout because that's his name.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
But Roan steps into the control room, leaning casually against the door frame, and asks if she's interrupting anything. Leo reminds her that she should be in the den, but Roan bypasses that, thanking Tall Eric for being here tonight, and then insisting that Leo come to the den to have a drink with her. When he appears reluctant, she states that he doesn't have a choice. After she walks away, Tall Eric snarks that it sounds serious, but Leo follows the order and tells Eric that if he says anything, he'll stick a foot up his ass, and Tall Eric can't help but laugh. I was confused by this. It seems like they're trying to imply something between Leo and the senator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all I could think. This is either the love story we're going to get or we're fixing to get an info dump real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
also true.
Yeah.
For me, it was Tall Eric cracking jokes.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, well, I guess Leo has a crush on the senator or something. Something we've never heard.
No.
Or we'll hear again.
Yeah.
But in the safe room of the den, behind a closed door, Roan pours herself and Leo a drink, and after she hands him his glass, she welcomes him to sit down in the chair in front of her. As he sniffs the contents of the glass, Roan assures him that it's only water, and he smiles before taking a sip. She asks him if he's scared, admitting that she's terrified. Leo nods understandingly, but Roan then asks him why he applied for this position. When Leo gives the simple answer that he likes her politics, Roan demands the real answer from him instead. No bullshit. Leo then takes a moment before telling her the truth. He explains that he lost his son a few years ago, and that he almost did something on Purge night that would have destroyed a lot of lives. He wants this night gone, and he knows that Roan does too, especially after what she lost.
I liked this.
Yeah.
I feel like it would have been very easy for him to be like 2 years ago. You know what I mean? And tell the whole story. It's like, no, we were there. We know what he went through. And I don't think that it would be true to Leo's character to spill his guts right now anyway.
Yeah.
I think alluding to what we've already seen and what we already know of his past, I thought that this was really good.
Yeah. That's something I did read about the Purge Anarchy, which probably bled over into this one too.
Yeah.
But there were originally, in the second film, a lot more lines for his character, but he asked DeMonaco to take it out because he was trying to do a more like silent type,
Yeah.
Okay.
like a Clint Eastwood kind of a character.
Like
Yeah.
a Max Payne.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, yeah. You know, he honestly could have been Max Payne. I don't know
Yeah.
why. I know JP has an affinity for Mark Wahlberg, but
Yeah,
that is
wow.
not, when I think of a hard-boiled New York detective, I
Hey,
don't think
not
Mark Wahlberg.
I agree with you. I don't know what, and I've never played a lot of the games,
Uh-huh.
but I can tell you just by looking at the game and Mark Wahlberg, that's not what you should have done.
It's strange.
Yeah.
I was obsessed with those games. I still use a Max Payne mouse pad that I had when I was like 11. I still have it.
That was our introduction to noir.
Yeah.
But Roan agrees, commenting that despite their commonalities, Leo has a lot of problems with how she does things, though. Leo asserts that the senator takes risks, and considering his job is to eliminate risks to keep her alive, she doesn't make the job very easy. Roan just retorts that with the soul of the country at stake, the only way that she can win is to risk everything, and that includes her life. As she takes a seat behind her desk, and Leo rises from his, the two share a look.
I don't know, though. I feel like it'd be a little different if it was like her being like, look, me and the acting president right now are going to fight to the death, and then we're going to see who survives, and that's who is president now. This is a little different. You can stay alive.
Absolutely.
You can do something to protect yourself to make sure you do make it another day to help the rest of the people
That-
who need your help.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
I do not know. And again, she can at least acknowledge that she does make his job very difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's like, I gotta.
Yeah.
It's like, no, you
It's
don't.
my job.
And I will say, I think this scene might have been a better place to have her discuss that Purge night 18 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he just shared a little bit of his story.
Yeah. And he even looked over at a family photo of hers on the fireplace.
There you go.
So, I mean, I don't know. It just seemed very quick at the beginning and just breezed past so we can have it as something to reference.
Right.
But on the streets of D.C., the armored ambulance carries on through the night, Dawn behind the wheel and Laney peering through the barred windows. On the balcony of an adjacent building, a group of partygoers stand amongst strung-up Christmas lights and underneath a banner that proclaims, "Peace, not Purge." One of the partygoers cheers loudly for them to have a drink on them, tossing a cup of booze down to the street below and onto the windshield of the van. Laney just smiles, and Dawn asks, "Can't they see we're working?" as another drink pelts the roof of the vehicle.
Well, that's not how you give someone a drink anyway.
No, that seems more antagonistic than
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, dude. I love your tenacity with this banner, but being on a balcony on Purge night with this kind of a banner, you're somebody's first target.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But there's nobody out here, so it's fine.
That's true. But the van continues forward, stopping at an intersection when they see a group of purgers crossing the street, clad in tactical gear, colored lights shining from their helmets. Laney suggests that they wait a moment to see what the purgers do, admitting that she doesn't think that they'll bother them in the ambulance. But suddenly, demonic man, played by Alexander Schuler, appears at Laney's barred window. His face painted white as a ghost, he whispers, "Purge, purge, purge." What the hell?
He's in a trance.
Yeah.
But just as his eyes lock with Laney, the demonic man catches an arrow in his skull, the velocity of it tilting his head to one side as blood runs down from the fresh wound. Laney urges Dawn to drive, and they continue through the city as the score hums a distorted fuzz. But on the road, they slow down a bit to peer into an alley, and at the end of the alley, they see a towering guillotine, spot-lit and surrounded by purgers. They watch as the massive blade comes down, decapitating some unfortunate soul caught in the stocks, as the purgers stand around, clapping and cheering over their kill.
Is this a cartoon? You
They
built that?
They wheeled that out there?
Yeah, that's
The
bold.
spotlighter. Just like,
Yeah.
what?
That's bold.
I gotta say, it's difficult for me because you got these tableaus that are honestly pretty cool if you don't think about them.
Right.
You can't think about him.
Just look at that and be like, wow, that's a pretty neat visual with the spotlight and everything, with the stink lines and everything. But just move on. You know?
It's a full ass like machine. The whole guillotine's there.
Bigger than they had in France. And
Yeah,
like,
no, yeah. That's what I'm saying. I was
it's
like, what?
massive. But Dawn and Laney drive away as the music reaches a frenzy and a car approaches their ambulance on the right side. 3 victims are tied upside down on the hood of the car, beaten and bloody, the man in the middle lying motionless as the 2 women on the outside scream for their lives. The masked driver of the car continues down the street, while 2 men in shimmering metallic masks swing maces in slow motion as the car changes lanes to pass the ambulance. We then pan across the large limestone pillars of the Lincoln Memorial, the former president presiding from his perch within, as fire rages upon the steps, and written in blood on the individual columns are the letters Purge. A little on the nose, I'd say.
Yeah. It's like that's the only word everyone knows.
Yeah. And I will say, according to DeMonaco, they did film at the Lincoln Memorial, and I think that all of the purgy bits were added in post.
Okay.
Which is honestly pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say, even the visual, even though it is a little bit like, okay, yeah, we get it, it's Purge night or whatever, it is upsetting to see.
It is.
It is something recognizable, something symbolic, and it's been perverted by this disgusting thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's moments like this where it's like, if you zoom out and really comprehend, I guess, what we're saying and the statement that's being made, you're reminded of the gravity of it because it's not treated with the gravity that it should be.
Right.
In my opinion.
And I wonder, I mean, like, when you think about it and it is 25 years into this thing, maybe that's why. But at the same time, I feel like this is something that you would never get used to.
No.
A, yes. And B, even if the characters are used to it, we're not.
Yeah.
I think the film even itself should be like, look at what we've become almost. But it's just like, you know, I want my candy or whatever.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, it's like, I don't know. I think I have a real problem with just the way that it's presented because you're dealing with some very heavy themes, especially when this film came out, especially when we're covering it, which they didn't know that. I get that on them.
That's on us.
But when it came out, what was happening that year is always going to be a part of American history. Always. So, I mean, it needs to be, I don't know. I just feel like this striking image, it should be conveyed throughout.
Right.
And even if moments of levity, moments of ridiculousness, a giant guillotine, whatever, you know, caveats or, you know, side quests we take, that shouldn't be lost. That this is fucking terrifying. And for me, it is very much lost.
I agree with what you're saying, and I think that it does become lost because of those like tonal inconsistencies.
Yeah.
Yes.
If we give a bigger reason for what we're about to see at Joe's Deli as opposed to just this small petty ass crime, I feel like it would have more weight. I feel like Purge Anarchy kind of dealt better with that, with the way that they showed different things and how it wasn't playful.
Yeah.
Yes.
But as the ambulance rounds a corner, Lainey hears a woman screaming for help, played by Emily Petta. Assuming that she needs their services, Lainey urges Dawn to pull over and steps out of the vehicle as soon as she does. Lainey approaches the woman, who paces around frantically, her voice quavering that she shot her husband as she holds out her bloody hands to Lainey. The woman's husband lies in a heap on the ground, and Lainey crouches down to inspect his wounds. But we cut to Joe, who still sits on the roof of the deli in his lawn chair, flipping through his magazine and taking a sip of beer. As panicked screams echo distantly into the night, Joe takes notice of the sound of footsteps approaching him from behind. As a figure lurches out of the shadows, Joe rises from his chair, raising his rifle at the intruder, only to discover that it's Marcos, a firearm strapped to his back and a chair slung over his shoulder.
Why would you not say something?
Yeah.
You know that he's up there fucking armed out the ass.
Yeah.
He's like, no, I'll just skulk around in the darkness. Like, why?
Joe remarks, "Good night, blue cheese," and reminds Marcos that it's Purge night, and he asks why Marcos is carrying a chair. Marcos just remarks that he likes to sit. He sets up the chair, and Joe tells him that he appreciates him coming, but he won't be staying. Marcos isn't hearing it, though, remarking as he takes his seat that there's nothing else to do tonight. Joe pleads with him not to be a pain in the ass and suggests that he just go home and spend the night safely, assuring him that he's got this. But their conversation is interrupted by a car's horn blaring through the deserted street. The two men peer over the roof and down the road, where they discover a car completely covered in bright string lights, including the windshield.
I'm not gonna lie, I love that car.
Yeah, it's great.
It was a cool visual.
Its tires screech as the driver swerves blindly before parking in front of the deli. The muffled music from the car's radio becomes clear as the doors open, and a cover of Party in the USA blares into the street because I guess they didn't want to pay for the real thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But three girls climb out of the car, one wearing a bridal gown and a white sharp-toothed mask with "Kiss Me" written on its face. Another girl is in a clown mask and a yellow skirt with her stomach smeared in blood just beneath her turquoise bra. And a third girl is clad in a black mask and lingerie, a bandolier crossed over her torso, all three toting bedazzled, shimmering gold assault rifles and pouring liquor onto the asphalt as they dance around their shining sedan.
Well, a Britney song was on, so.
Is that right? The camera tilts around them in slow motion as the party comes to an end and the soundtrack is overtaken by distorted pulses. Joe and Marcos watch nervously as the bride peers up at them, slowly removing her mask to reveal the blood-spattered face of Kimmy.
This made me laugh because of fucking course it was Kimmy, dude. She literally had the same space buns that she had when she was in the store. I was like, are we supposed to be surprised?
Yeah.
But their arrival, the way that they're shot, I did feel a certain type of way at the prospect of them being kids.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, this is a little odd.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Very fair.
Yeah, I was not surprised, though the car did look cool on this deserted
Very
neighborhood.
deserted.
Yeah.
Love the car.
Yeah.
No shade to the car.
But it wasn't surprising, and there was no payoff to this. Oh, they did come back. Of course they did.
Yeah.
They made an entrance. They've got guns now. It's like really.
Yeah, the crabs have machine guns.
Yeah.
And she literally told you she was coming back.
She did.
So it's like,
Yeah.
And
Whack.
It's also really funny to me because it's like, this song, the content is kind of perfect as like an ironic thing.
Yeah.
But you also have to remember this song's like 30 years old at this point.
oh my God.
So these teenagers are like,
Yeah.
They should have been playing some Lady Raven or something, right?
gotta keep it current.
Yeah.
But Joe raises his revolver, firing a warning shot into the ground. But Kimmy just laughs it off, offering in response, "Happy Purge, you old fuck." She cackles, flipping him off, as Joe suggests that she find somewhere else to go. Kimmy just replies that she has a wicked sweet tooth tonight, and she wants her candy bar. Her eyes unblinking, she tells Joe that he doesn't have the balls to stop her. But Marcos fires a shot from his rifle, nailing Kimmy right in the ear, and she recoils in pain, clutching her wound and seething up at Marcus, who says that he has the balls and orders them to leave.
It's called the lobe, I believe.
I believe that is what it's called. This made me laugh because him being like, "Now get out of here," blah blah blah, and then him just shooting her in the was not at all what I was expecting. But like you said, don't they all have assault rifles?
That's where I was really confused. Like, I don't understand why they can literally just lay waste to them right now.
Yeah.
I know that they have them in their sights currently, but you also have a big ass car that you can take cover behind.
Yeah.
How bad do you want this candy bar? I don't believe she wants it.
It doesn't seem like it. No.
But Kimmy barks that she already took care of her parents tonight and that Joe and Marcos are next. She reiterates that she wants her candy bar, but as her stare pierces through the men on the roof, she reluctantly retreats to her vibrant vehicle with her friends, and they speed away down the street.
She's like, later though, we gotta regroup. It's just like, you killed your parents, but you won't shoot at these random men on the roof?
It's very strange.
Yeah.
And also, why are you telling them that you'll be back? Don't you want to?
She's very clear about her intentions. She told them yesterday that she was coming back.
Maybe stop doing that.
Yeah. But alone now, Joe asks Marcos about what he just did. And Marcos answers that every day in Juarez was like the Purge, assuring Joe that he knows how to shoot.
It's kind of a weird thing to say.
It felt weird.
Yeah.
Joe accepts this, but still wishes that Marcos had just stayed home tonight. They take their seats together, Joe grabbing beers for both of them from the cooler and toasting after they crack them open. But we return to the control room in Senator Roan's townhouse. Cooper stands in the doorway, and when tall Eric meets his gaze, he tells him succinctly, "It's that time." Tall Eric immediately understands, stepping away from the computer screens to keep watch of the hall as Cooper approaches them. He manually winds back the footage so that the feed isn't live on any of the cameras, and he prompts Tall Eric to do his part too. And he does, taking out his cell phone and typing a message. "We're set." Leo returns to the room, asking Tall Eric what he's still doing here and reminding him that he's on first floor duty. But Tall Eric just asks Leo how the chat with Roan was, and Leo answers shortly that it was enlightening before ordering him back downstairs again. He then orders Cooper to get some sleep, assuring him that he's got it from here, and Cooper does as told as Leo returns to the monitor, unknowingly eyeing the hours-old footage. But Roan sits in a chair in the corner of the den, jotting notes onto a legal pad, but when she hears distant screams emanating from the city streets, she rises from her chair, her eyes catching a photo of her family that rests on the mantel of the fireplace. She walks over to it, her fingers gracing the captured memory of her late family in much better times, before taking a seat at her desk to continue her writing. I honestly think that for the cost of these security systems, which I think were Sandin security systems, by the way, which is very interesting.
Oh, that's cool.
I think that they should be soundproof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We shouldn't have to hear that all night.
Yeah.
We chose not to participate.
Yeah. But Tall Eric, however, heads into a dining room downstairs, suggesting to the 3 guards there that they should go watch some television, as it's going to be a long night. They follow his suggestion, no questions asked, as he stands alone, shifty and suspicious by the back door. We cut to 3 other uncredited security guards outside of the back door of the townhouse, their eyes combing the perimeter for signs of trouble, and trouble finds them swiftly as 3 suppressed shots make short work of the trio, their brains splattering against the brick behind them.
Everyone's terrible at their job.
Yeah.
Everyone.
A troop of heavily armed men in tactical gear covered in neo-Nazi insignia make their presence known, walking in slow motion in formation through the alley, and as they approach the back door, one of the members wears a mask over his mouth of sharp and bared teeth as he leads the pack.
I don't like that they got that bullshit all over their vests.
No,
Yeah.
I feel like it would work better if they're just like government fucking mercenaries.
Yeah.
But to have that, it's like, goddamn, we gotta fucking do this too.
Yeah.
But Leo, still standing at the monitors broadcasting old footage, radios into his men that he's coming down. But as he downs his cup of coffee and throws on his jacket, Tall Eric is typing in a complex password on the pad next to the back door of the townhouse. And as soon as he presses his fingerprint to the reader, the back door opens, as do the layers of thick metal securing the structure. Tall Eric points the mercenaries inside, and they creep through the halls of the house in single file. But just as Leo goes to step out of the control room upstairs, he notices something on the monitor. One of his men is waving to the camera, just like he did before. Leo radios into him, but when he doesn't respond this time, he calls in for a radio check. But still not receiving any answer, he calls into another sniper, who just sits perched on the roof, offering no attempt to communicate with his commander. Instinctively, Leo reaches for the panel in front of him, rolling the knobs forward and finally returning the footage to the live feed, where all of his men lie dead in pools of blood at their outside stations.
I would feel so stupid.
Oh, yeah.
Like, this is such a rookie mistake.
Yeah.
Because that was literally the same wave that he gave earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I gotta be honest, man, if we're only doing this for 12 hours and we have somebody watching at all times, why would we ever need to rewind this footage?
Yeah.
Like, just have it. They put that in there because they knew they were gonna fuck him over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am glad at least that he did catch it and it wasn't like him going in like, oh, all right, they're doing their thing.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it is him, catching on. It's like, wait a minute, that looks wrong. Or they're not answering. So at least he caught on.
He's a smart guy.
Yeah.
But Leo immediately snaps into action, raising his pistol and snagging a bulletproof vest from a nearby chair before exiting the control room. Downstairs, however, the 3 security guards ordered to relax with some television are permanently relieved of their duties as the mercenaries fire upon them in quick succession, spraying their blood across the television screen.
I did think it was funny that they're literally standing, all 3 of them, in front of the TV.
Well, that's what we were told to do.
You got it, boss. But upstairs, Leo rushes to the den, closing the door behind him and tossing the bulletproof vest over to Senator Roan, telling her urgently to put it on and that someone is after her. Roan rises worriedly from her seat, doing as she's told, but she reminds Leo that the house is surrounded with snipers on the roof. But Leo, as he snags a metal briefcase and plugs in a combination, calmly tells her, "Not anymore. Someone betrayed us." He adds that he can't trust anyone and urges her to put on the vest. But we watch as the mercenaries climb the stairs with their rifles drawn, checking their corners before making their way down the hall, the leader silently giving signals to his men. After typing a code into something inside the briefcase, Leo advises Roan to listen to him as he repeats that someone is coming to kill her. He then lifts a rug in the center of the room, revealing a square hole carved in the middle of the floor. He calls this hatch his little secret, as he helps Roan into it, and she drops down into the room on the second floor.
Isn't this her house?
Yeah.
So you're going to fix that, right?
Well, how'd you make this without me knowing about it?
Also true. He's like, I snuck in. It's fine. I had to test the security. You failed.
Yeah.
But Leo follows close behind her, pulling the hatch shut on his way down and rushing to a nearby window in the room, typing the password into an adjacent keypad to disarm the security system. On the floor above them, Tall Eric and Cooper are doing the same, neutralizing the barricade in front of the den, as Eric calls out to Leo inconspicuously while flanked by mercenaries. They then burst into the room to find it empty, Cooper and Tall Eric wondering where Leo and the senator could be. But we return to them as they drop down from a second-floor window to the outside of the house, Leo creeping around the edge of the exterior wall as he arms himself with a push dagger clutched between his fingers. Just as he reaches the end of the building, two mercenaries round the corner, and Leo makes short work of them, jabbing the first in the jugular and flipping the second to the ground after bashing him against the brick wall, stabbing him repeatedly with his small blade. I did see on the featurette that Frank Grillo did basically all of his own stunts in combat.
Oh,
Damn.
cool.
According to his Wikipedia, it says Frank Grillo is an actor and martial artist.
Oh,
Damn.
very nice.
So I was like, God damn, that's cool.
Yeah.
But in the den, Cooper discovers a tablet inside of Leo's silver briefcase that he left on the desk, pondering what it could be. But the leader of the mercenaries notices one corner of the rug at the center of the room folded under itself, prompting him to lift it, discovering Leo's secret escape hatch. Tall Eric assures the mercenaries that he's never seen that before, but fed up, the leader removes his helmet, sunglasses, and face mask, revealing himself to be Earl Danziger, played by Terry Serpico. Danziger, his face covered in sinister symbols of hate, peers over at Tall Eric before snagging his radio and alerting his men that their mark may be outside and to check their perimeters. Danziger heads for the door, but before stepping into the hall, he reminds Cooper and Tall Eric that they will receive no payment unless they find her. So they sold her out for a little bit of money?
Yeah.
Of course they
What?
did.
I would like to know how much.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because if they're like, we'll give you, it's like for $500. Like, what the fuck, guys?
That's wild.
I'd be pissed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to know if it's like 50,000 or something.
Yeah.
Not that you should be able to be bought off or anything.
No.
No, but this is kind of a big deal.
Yeah, in this situation, and I don't mean to be nitpicky, but his tattoos look like they drew him on that morning.
They
Yes,
do.
they did. Yeah, they did.
The one on his neck is like almost completely faded. It's like, how long were you filming?
Yeah.
Is it sweaty under that thing? Or
Yeah.
But Tall Eric curses, defeated. But from his view at the window, Cooper announces, "I see her."
That was fast.
Yeah.
I was like, come on, Leo.
But the music grows frenzied as one of the militiamen rests his rifle on the sill, aiming down sight at Roan and Leo, who run for cover down an alley. The mercenary fires, prompting Leo to turn around and return fire. But after missing a few shots, Leo catches a bullet in the shoulder, falling to the ground in slow motion. From the stone walkway, Leo fires toward the window until his clip is empty before reaching into his pocket to retrieve his cell phone. He types a code into it and orders the senator to get down. We watch as the tablet inside of the briefcase receives the code, and tall Eric leans closer to inspect the screen, only for the briefcase to self-destruct in a ball of fire, the bomb within it exploding and killing several mercenaries, as well as tall Eric and Cooper. Flames rage behind the destroyed wall of Roan's home, as Roan helps Leo to his feet, and the two continue down the alley into the street.
Who made this again?
What, Michael Bay or what?
What the fuck was this?
Because he was a producer. Yeah, it's Platinum Dunes.
Okay, well, that tracks.
Yeah. Well, I get it, and I know we've got to stay safe and whatever. You brought this explosive device into the house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd be pissed.
I'd get it if it's like, we need it, we're running away like this.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a lot. Please tell me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please let me know.
And it seems like, again, he already had an inkling that he couldn't trust Cooper, but he did not make that known with anyone.
No.
And so instead, he's like, I'll just bring a bomb quietly into the house.
It's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
And I'm a very sentimental person. I was just thinking about Roan's family picture.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
He knew he was going to blow up the fucking house. He could have told to grab it.
Make sure you grab it on the way out.
But we then glide over Washington, D.C. on Purge night. Fires blazing in the city's streets, plumes of smoke rising up to the sky as gunshots ring out and citizens scream for help. So again, these are real shots of Washington, D.C. with Purge-related things added in post.
That's
Okay.
cool.
But we return to Joe's Deli, the armored ambulance pulling up and parking outside before Laney steps out, calling up to the rooftop to check in on Joe and Marcos. Joe insists that they're fine, and he asks Laney how her Purge night is going. She shares that they just dropped a patient off at triage, explaining that his wife shot him because she couldn't stand to look at his face anymore. But she reveals that the wife confessed that purging didn't make her feel any better like she was told it would. Joe just tells Laney to stay safe, and that if anything happens, not to hesitate to call him for help. Laney extends the same offer to Joe before returning to her seat in the ambulance, Dawn pulling away and into the night. But Joe sits down once again with Marcos, lamenting the fact that Laney is out there like this on Purge night. I found it very odd that he did not tell her anything about what just happened.
Yeah.
Laney was the
Yeah.
one that caused them to disperse, and for him to get this delicious candy bar back on the shelves.
Yeah.
So it's just odd that he's like, no, everything's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
true.
is.
Especially when she threatened to come back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But elsewhere in the city, Leo escorts Roan through a darkened alley, distant gunfire and a woman's cries for help echoing around them. Leo stops for a moment to catch his breath as Roan speculates if the attackers were some kind of homegrown militia, but Leo knows better. They were skilled mercenaries with a lot of money behind them, enough money to get to someone on their staff. Leo assumes Minister Owens is responsible, and Roan extends this to the NFFA, realizing that she's getting too close to winning the election for their comfort. Leo winces from his painful wound, and Roan leans in closer to inspect it, and when she notices how much blood Leo is losing, she suggests that they call someone, but Leo refuses this idea, considering that they don't know who they can trust. Roan asks for their next move then, and Leo advises that they head east and out of the city, but warns that from here on out, there will be a lot of threats and a lot of death. Almost on cue, a vehicle approaches down an adjacent street, looming large with its headlights beaming. Leo aims his gun as a man with a bullhorn, played by Lonnie Farmer, stands on the back of the truck, announcing the vehicle as Purge Sanitation Services, here for the Death Collection Hall, Purge Victim Removal and Disposal. The camera dips down to a trailer at the back of the vehicle, carrying piled-up corpses, a large light beaming over them, illuminating their motionless bodies. But as the truck disappears into the night, the announcer adds, keep Washington clean. None of this makes any fucking sense.
No, right?
I don't understand, like, and we get like one throwaway line about certain protections on Purge night, but I don't understand why we can't just do this in the morning.
Well, not only that, if you just said that nobody's safe anymore on this night, what's to stop anyone from killing them and taking the truck?
Also true.
Yeah.
Like,
You know, but that's wild because it totally contradicts what they are saying, because they talk about it a little bit later about some unwritten rule of certain protected people.
right.
But they did just announce to the entire country that no one.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
They're like, well, they don't mean me.
Yeah.
We're fine. We're fine. But Leo reminds Roan of her previous proclamation that the soul of the nation is at stake, and he tells her that it's his show now. Roan retorts that she isn't an idiot, and she knows what Leo is capable of. She's the one who hired him, after all. But she warns that if she sees something that she doesn't like, she's not going to be quiet about it. I don't care.
I mean, this isn't a business deal.
No.
Like, we're out on the street during the purge.
What could he possibly do that you wouldn't like?
She's like,
Yeah.
no.
Really?
I don't like that.
But when a brightly lit drone lowers from the sky, a skull plastered to the bottom of it, and a man's voice speaking in a foreign language emanating from it, Leo takes Roan by the hand and they continue down the alley. But back at Roan's townhouse, Danziger reconvenes with two of his uncredited men who loom over a wounded comrade. Danziger suggests that they get him to the ground unit to get him stabilized, but as they're the only ones who survived the blast, he orders them to start street surveillance afterward, noting that he'll search from above himself. He reminds them that they want the senator alive and suggests that they find her before the crazies do. But we find Leo and Roan on foot, traipsing through a deserted park. Leo is well aware that they're being watched and hunted, and when the brightly lit drone from earlier rises from behind a wall, Leo recognizes it as homemade and probably from some random purger and not the NFFA. He aims his gun at it, and it flies away unscathed, but Leo and Roan continue onward through the park and down a small flight of stairs, covered in the haze of the evening fog. Once they reach the bottom, Leo gives a cursory glance to the other side of a wall before ushering Roan quickly through a wide-open and empty parking lot. He's kind of terrible at his job.
Yes. I have that in my notes later. I think he's really bad at this.
But as they reach a large wall at the other side of the lot, the drone rises behind them over a tall chain-link fence. Roan spots it and turns back to Leo, warning him that the drone is, and I quote, 35 yards back and 15 yards up. Leo turns around swiftly, barely even taking aim before firing at the senator's directions, nailing the drone head on, sending it to the ground in a rain of sparks.
They're a good team, I guess.
I don't know. They never discuss this again.
No.
No, nobody's like, how did you do that? Or anything.
No.
It just made me think of Shaun of the Dead where they're like top left. And
Yeah. No, it
that
was
is at least better, but to have the exact measurements?
Yes.
It was the calculations for me that was a bit much.
But exiting the parking lot, flames licking behind them in nearby shrubbery, Leo and Roan round the corner of a building, discovering what appears to be two deceased purgers. One collapsed against the side of a building, blood marring his white face paint, and another slumped over the hood of a car, the car's headlights beaming down the dark and deserted city street. Leo approaches cautiously with his gun drawn and the senator behind him, but as they pass the car, the seemingly dead purger lurches up with a scream, armed with an axe. But he is quickly dispatched by Leo, who fires a shot through his chest before he can be asked a question.
So these guys were just laying down waiting for somebody to walk over.
Yeah, they're there, yeah.
This is fucking ridiculous.
The purger resting against the building rises up to seize the senator, and another unseen purger climbs over the roof of the car in an ambush, but Leo is able to make short work of both of them. But before he can catch his breath, a purger dressed in revolutionary garb reaches for him from inside the car, clutching him around the waist. But before Leo can be hugged to death, or whatever the fuck the plan was, Roan snags a smoldering plank of wood, bashing the Purger over the head with it, which is enough to knock him out, and he unhands Leo. Leo turns around, firing 3 shots into the Purger's spine, killing him. But as they stand, attempting to collect themselves, a man dressed as Uncle Sam, played by Roman Blott, his mask flashing a sinister smile, and an uncredited woman dressed as the Statue of Liberty, her mask flickering a neon green, approach Leo and Roan from behind with tasers. They zap the unwitting pair, and they fall to the ground, unconscious. That's not how tasers work.
Yeah.
No.
But all right.
And why does nobody have peripheral vision?
I
Nobody
don't know.
does.
I don't know. And they're dressed bright as fuck, dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we fade to black. But we return to Joe and Marcos on the roof of the deli. Joe sharing that the reason that he's so hard on Marcos is that one day he wants to make him a partner. He says that coming into the country the way that he did, Joe wants to prove that the American dream is still alive. But their conversation is interrupted by the nearby cries of Russian murder tourists, all dressed in costumes of quintessential American iconography and political figures as they sing America the Beautiful in Russian and drag Leo and the senator to the center of the street. One of the Purgers, played by K.D. Baldassaro, curses Roan as a fucking American suka, which is Russian for the B word, by the way.
Oh.
Marcos snags his binoculars, peering through them to see the group of Purgers swarming around 2 victims. From the point of view of Roan and Leo, we are barraged by a mob of blood-covered masks, Ben Franklin, Abraham Lincoln, Uncle Sam, the Statue of Liberty, and a skull painted in the colors of the American flag, with Uncle Sam proclaiming that he loves America and that it's the greatest country in the world. I will say one of the masks, quote unquote, is just tape over someone's mouth that says USA on it. It's like they drew the shortest straw.
Yeah.
But in the frenzy, laughter, cursing, and shouting, the group seizes Roan as the others hold Leo to the ground. Uncle Sam presides over Roan, revealing a knife and holding it to her throat, declaring that now they purge. They will torture her and violate her flesh, remove her skin and share in her blood. He says that this is the American way. But before they can take part in their plans to purge, gunfire rings out all around them, bullets piercing through the Purgers, their blood spraying as they clatter to the pavement, and Leo throws himself over Roan to protect her. But when the dust settles, we see that the deliverers of this Das Vidanya are none other than the dual-wielding Joe Dixon and Marcos.
Couple things. When this scene started, Joe was literally about to fall asleep, which is appalling.
Right.
And when they're watching through the binoculars, there's just no reaction to what's going on at all.
Yeah.
No, they're just like, well, it means purge night.
Yeah. I just feel like besides plot armor, what reason are these people still alive right now?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Roan and Leo. Why
Yeah.
were they? It's just shit like that annoys me. And it's like, I know that we need Senator Chapel Roan to continue the story. I get that, but it's like, they were dead. You know what I mean? Like, anybody else, they would have been dead.
Well, the other thing, of course, is that Uncle Sam decides to take this time to monologue.
Yes.
I think we already know what we plan to do in the purge, but he's like, now, then we're going to skin you. Then we're going to...
Every single person participating in the purge needs to remind you that it's the purge.
Something else, though, that is really a lost opportunity is the fact that we introduced those purgers at the airport.
Yeah.
And then we never see them again. Why isn't this group those purgers?
Oh, yeah.
That's true.
I mean, it would make the city feel even smaller. But still, it's odd.
But it would take us back to we've already met them in some kind of way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. This didn't work for me. They're close. If they ambush them. He busts some shots off on the rest of those people, fighting them off before they got tased and knocked out at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
How far did y'all walk, or how close were you that they didn't hear those gunshots up on the roof? Because he's getting all cuddly, ready to go to bed, talking to Marcos. Like, he really was.
Yeah, he was.
And he notices them coming out of the alley or from the street or whatever. You couldn't have been that far. We would have heard those gunshots.
And I mean, I don't know how far they've gone either from where's Roan's townhouse.
Yeah.
So that explosion would have been. I mean,
oh, yeah, even that. That would have been loud as fuck.
This city has no geography.
No.
But Joe removes the hood of his jacket, stepping forward to heroically offer, "Senator, come with us." I will say there was no way that they could have known that it was the senator, because not only was she covered by Leo, she was covered by all the Purgers. So it's just surprising that they even went down to save her, because they had no way of knowing that it was her.
Yeah.
My note was, now how the hell does he know that?
The only thing missing from that was "if you want to live."
Right.
Yes.
And I was like, okay.
And that film is pretty horrific, I would say.
Oh, yeah.
I would say so, yeah.
Scary.
Mm-hmm. But Leo and Roan reach their feet, and they follow Joe and Marcos back to the deli. Joe lifts the large metal sheets over the storefront windows, rushing Leo and Roan inside before closing the barricade again once he and Marcos have joined them. The store is lowly lit by the coolers that line the walls, and when Roan rushes forward alone, Leo stops her, wanting to clear the area before the senator proceeds. The lights switch on overhead, and after Leo instructs Roan to stay at the front of the store, he secures the aisles.
He better, because he has dropped the ball a lot tonight.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, he has. And I will say, I don't understand why she just, and there's, God damn it, we haven't covered it yet, but there's a Saw film where one dude's like major vice is that he just runs into shit. Like, he just keeps running into danger without checking or anything. And that's all that this reminded me of. And I was like, why is Senator Roan this character that I can't tell you because you haven't seen the
Right.
But that's all she's doing. They're literally, this could be an ambush.
Yeah.
She's just like us. What are you not understanding?
Maybe she's been to Joe's Deli before. Who knows?
Yeah.
That's the only thing that I can think. But then
I
you
feel
would
like
have
we
been
would've
there to
said-
talk about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard they got waffles and pussy there.
Oh, right. in Irish Ike's dreams.
Yes.
But Joe calls out to them, letting them know that not only is this his store, but they're free to stay the night until the purge is over. But admitting that he's an old nosy dog, he asks Roan, what in the Mississippi fuck was she doing outside on purge night?
He is being very gracious to offer them shelter tonight, but he should probably add that there is this teenage girl.
Yeah.
No, you're not completely safe.
Yeah.
She has promised to come back.
Honestly, I gotta be honest, after securing Roan and Leo and everything, I would take that candy bar from the
Leave it
shelf and put it on the stoop or whatever.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
just, you've won, it's fine. You don't have to do anything else.
The
Here
whole
it is.
box. Just so
Yeah.
you...
The whole box.
Yeah.
Yes.
We can eat that tonight.
Yeah.
But Roan, still catching her breath from the ordeal with the murder tourists, shares that there was an assassination attempt on her, but she says that she can't thank Joe enough for saving her life. They shake hands, making proper introductions, graduating to the first name basis, before Joe introduces Roan to Marcos, describing him as a big fan of hers. She extends her hand to Marcos, who stands behind the counter in front of the light of a lantern, as Joe laughs that Marcos actually thinks Roan can win the election. He urges Marcos to tell her his plan for her victory, and after a bit of encouragement from Roan and getting over his own nervous trepidation, Marcos tells her, Florida, she has to win over the elders. Roan acknowledges this to be a smart idea, but when asked what he thinks, Joe admits that Roan doesn't have a chance at all of winning.
It's a good thing that they met tonight so that Roan really understands the need of her to get more voters. Because, I mean, top shelf strategy. But I'm like, is now the time to do this? And for Joe to be like, I think you're fucking cooked. It's like, what is this for?
I don't know. She's like, wait, I got to win these states?
Yeah, whoa.
Slow down, egghead. But Roan suggests that Joe have a little faith. But he replies that he lost his faith in the system a long time ago, and he offers her a bottle of water. But after completing his check, Leo, with his voice growing weaker, calls the store moderately secure, and with cameras securing their perimeter, he suggests that maybe they stay here for a little while. Joe balks at Leo's use of the word maybe, but Roan, noticing that Leo is struggling to catch his breath, asks Joe if they have a first aid kit to tend to Leo's gunshot wound. Leo stubbornly suggests that he's fine, but after Roan's insistence, he reluctantly takes a seat at the table in the front of the store, Roan helping him out of his jacket as Joe and Marcos retrieve medical supplies from behind the counter. Leo's white shirt is stained red at his left shoulder, and when he unbuttons it, Marcos takes a look at the wound underneath. Noticing the depth of the bullet's entry, Marcos recommends that Leo get stitched up, but he acknowledges that they can't do that here. Leo instead suggests that Marcos just clean it up and bandage it, and he does as told, pouring antiseptic over the wound and pressing gauze to it. As Leo winces from the pain, he asks to know more about Joe and Marcos, insisting that it's necessary when Roan asks him. Leo then begins his interrogation, and Marcos introduces himself, telling Leo that he's originally from Mexico City, but he's been an American citizen for 2 years. Leo asks him if he has a record, and when Marcos replies that he doesn't have one here, Leo asks what he did in Mexico. Marcos puts it simply, he was trying to survive. When asked what he's doing here on Purge night, Marcos explains that he's protecting the deli against looters because Joe lost his Purge insurance yesterday, which prompts Joe to chime in that that's something that the senator should definitely look into. When Leo attempts to shift his line of inquiry to Joe, Joe isn't having it, suggesting that Leo should be thanking him instead of interrogating him.
And he should.
Yeah.
Like, I get it, but it's like, is now really, you're already here.
Yeah.
You already, if they were trying to trap you or trick you, you've already fucking fallen for it.
Yeah, and he's tending to your wounds.
Yeah.
Like he didn't put acid in there or
It's like,
something.
what are you, some kind of fucking criminal? It's like, what?
Oh, is that lemon juice? And then he just starts beating the shit out of him. Like, nothing happened.
And is she supposed to talk to the insurance people right now? Like,
Yeah,
what
he's
do
like,
you?
get him on the phone.
He's like, I'll handle that tomorrow.
Yeah.
Kill the people at the insurance place. It's Purge night. I don't know if y'all know.
Oh yeah.
Roan tries to squash the tension, but Leo makes it known that Joe's feelings aren't a concern of his. As the conversation grows into an argument, Marcos steps away, but he notices something on the monitors, and he interrupts the men, getting everyone's attention. As the group hovers over the monitors, they see not 1, not 3, but 2 bedazzled and brightly lit vehicles pulled up and parked outside of the deli. Kimmy and her crew have returned, and they've brought reinforcements, more cackling, masked, and similarly dressed purgers, as well as one purger wearing a pig costume, clutching a large mechanical saw. I don't know what the hell this pig is going through, but
Going through.
his eyes are vacant and bloody,
Mm-hmm.
and he has a nose ring, but also a pacifier.
Huh.
Maybe a rave.
Yeah, maybe.
That's too many things at once, dude. This costume is doing too much. But Marcos alerts Leo and Roan that these were the looters that he was talking about, and they watch through the monitor as Kimmy peers up at the camera, taunting Joe as an old fuck, and acknowledging not only her reinforcements, but the fact that she's gonna get her candy bar. She says that she then plans to purge by killing them and burning the store to the ground.
I can't believe the number of times I've had to say this year, but that ear looks fine to me. But no, seriously, it's fine. Like,
Yeah.
it's fine. I was looking, and the way that they left, I'm looking for like a chunk of it to be gone or her not to have an ear anymore. I don't know. And it's like, what did y'all go leave to do? You pick up your pig rave
Yeah.
friend?
Yeah.
I don't know. This is so ridiculous.
Well, he has an electrical saw. We need that.
Okay. You have assault rifles.
Yeah.
And they're shiny and gold. You don't need anything else. You're fine.
But Leo commands for the others to find a way out, but Roan notes that the Purgers have both exits blocked. Joe realizes exactly what he has to do, and he picks up his phone, telling Leo that they have a friend out in the city in a triage van, and of course, Leo questions their trustworthiness. But Joe just shrugs off his doubts and continues dialing. We return to the triage van, but Lainey and Dawn are far too preoccupied to answer Joe's call, and as we find the vehicle parked in the middle of an intersection, the asphalt littered with dead Purgers, we see that inside the van, Lainey tries to hold down a bloody Rondo, played by Jared Kemp, attempting to tend to his wounds. When he attempts to force his way off of the gurney, Lainey struggles against him, furious that Rondo promised that he would stay home tonight. He argues his desire to purge, and to his dismay, Lainey handcuffs him to the gurney to keep him in place. But back at the deli, as Kimmy and her crew pound loudly on the metal doors outside, Joe leaves a message for Lainey, filling her in on what's happening, including the fact that Senator Roan is trapped with them and inside the store. He tells Lainey that they need her bad. But he assures Leo that Lainey will call them back, though Leo is doubtful that they have the time to spare waiting. He rallies Joe and Marcos, making sure that they're on the same page as far as priorities are concerned, and that's to protect Senator Roan at all costs. The men understand what's at stake, but we hear the Purgers continuing to be annoying outside. Schoolgirl number 2 singing, "We are going to purge today," in the cadence of London Bridge, concluding her song by screaming, "Fuck!" as the pig revs the engine of the saw.
Inspired lyrics.
Fucking tired of hearing the word purge, I think.
A little
dude.
bit.
Yeah.
Tired of saying it, too.
I bet.
But for some reason, Roan insists that she be put on the front lines with Leo, which he understandably refuses, and when Joe agrees with him, all Leo can muster is, "Thanks, deli man." What the hell is that?
Yeah, you remember my name.
It feels like forced tension.
Yeah.
And I know that we're supposed to be like, oh, Roan's a fucking badass, blah, blah, blah. This is so foolish. Like, she is foolish again and again and again. I'm still going to vote for her.
Yeah.
But she's pissing me off.
As tension does rise from the comment, Roan squashes it, making an executive decision to be given a gun and to guard the front with Leo, while Joe and Marcos secure the back exit. The pig man and a guy dressed in lace and a gas mask played by Tier Diaz that I absolutely did not see before
No.
also has a saw, and they have both been started.
All right.
But they raise them for the metal barricade of the door, and as sparks fly from the blades of them, the group gets into position inside, Leo giving Roan a gun as they crouch behind the counter, and he turns the monitors to face them. He instructs Roan to just point and shoot, but not to shoot him. Kimmy calls out over the whirring saws that if she wants some candy, she'll take some candy. She says that's what the purge is all about, her getting hers and them getting theirs. She seethes for Joe to say goodnight because here comes his candy girl. Schoolgirl number 2 was also spouting off some asides that didn't work for me at all, so I did not include them in my script.
I just don't understand. You guys got on the roof earlier. Why don't you just get back on the roof and shoot from up there why they're preoccupied here?
Because we're down here now. I don't know.
I know on The Simpsons, the way to the roof was through one of the fucking like freezer doors or whatever.
The non-alcoholic beer one.
Yeah. But they go through the back and the back is also occupied. Which, who are those people? They don't even get the scene.
Yeah.
We don't see them at all. Maybe because they're not as annoying as the other group. But Kimmy and schoolgirl number 2 lock arms, cackling and skipping in a circle as their cohorts saw through the metal dividers at both exits to Joe's deli. But suddenly, the triage van appears down the street with Lainey behind the wheel. Distorted guitar chords sound in the score as Lainey puts pedal to the metal, urging Dawn to hold on as she secures Rondo in the back of the ambulance. Lainey speeds right for the girls, colliding with them at top speed, sending schoolgirl number 2 flying over the windshield of one of the Christmas light cars and rolling right over Kimmy, who tumbles right out of her boots beneath the tires of the triage van.
They said, then you can just drop fucking dead, obviously. But this break to skip and dance in the street, it's like nobody, again, there is no peripheral vision. There's no spatial awareness. This giant van is flying down the street toward you, but let's keep skipping and dancing.
Well, it's not for us, so.
Oh, yeah, definitely not.
okay.
We're the only people on the fucking street, but definitely not for us. And I think that her boots fly off, and I think they're back on in a second.
Yeah, they are. They probably are. She recovered.
Put my ear back on.
Yeah.
Put my boots back on.
I feel like maybe this would have worked if maybe they were playing more like USA themed music from the cars. And so there's sound blaring all around them, and maybe they don't hear the engine of the van.
Okay.
USA theme.
Yeah.
Or covers of it, or whatever.
Yeah.
But the van screeches to a halt, and Lainey stoically orders Dawn to wait inside as she steps out, snagging a short shotgun and racking it as she strolls down the sidewalk toward the other Purgers. The camera follows over Lainey's shoulder as the gas mask Purger sets down his saw, only to be blasted in the gut by Lainey's shotgun. The pigman howls as he arms himself with a machete and rushes for Lainey too, only to be turned into a side of bacon on the pavement.
That's good.
Thank you. Lainey turns back, finding Kimmy laying in a cluttered heap in the street, and just as Kimmy struggles to lift her head, Lainey puts a bullet in it, killing her. As the guitar ceases in the score, Lainey holds up her shotgun, announcing, Pequeña Muerte is back, bitches.
And I love that for her. I will say, because we've alluded to a past with this nickname, with her stealing from Joe's, whatever, I almost thought this was going to be a moment where she starts to break bad a little bit.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, because that was a cool little, 7 seconds we got of her being a badass or whatever.
Yeah.
And then.
And she is cool. I like this
yeah.
character. I feel like she doesn't really get enough because she is cool. I would like more from her. But this moment, it was like, oh, she's about to fucking turn the shit up for the rest of it. And it's like, no.
No, Pequeña Muerte retires again.
Yeah, she's back and she's gone.
But Lainey pounds on the metal barricade, alerting Joe and Marcos that she got their message, while Leo and Roan rise from behind the counter, seemingly puzzled. I do want to point out that Joe and Marcos already said about the triage van, and Leo and Roan had the security monitor pointed towards them, so they should have watched all of this. But they still seem to not understand anything that's happening. I'm just like, what is happening?
Yeah, it's like, oh, you killed those kids that were trying to attack us. It's either thank you or we're in trouble. But
we're not in trouble.
But well, you know what I mean? If you're watching that, it's like, oh, are they going to come in here? But when you see them talking, then it's like,
fine.
Yeah, oh no, we're
everything's
good.
okay. Yeah.
But they're looking around like, what's going on?
It's ridiculous.
The four of them rush for the front door, opening it and raising the divider, Lainey remarking in disbelief when she sees that it really is Senator Roan that's with them. They all rush for the triage van, Roan heading out first, which, oh my God, what the fuck?
I can't with her. I can't.
But Joe stays behind, reluctant to join them and leave his store behind. He watches as Purgers continue to saw through the back exit, a flurry of sparks raining down over their imminent entry. Joe tells Marcos to go without him because he's staying. But Marcos appeals to him under the guise of fate, recounting that for some reason, the senator ended up here tonight in his deli, and maybe it's their duty to protect her. He promises that they can rebuild the deli, whatever it takes, and Joe finally breaks away from his business, joining the group in the back of the van. And as Dawn pulls away and the group gazes out the window, Lainey assures them that they're headed to a secure location, an underground triage facility. But up above the lights of the city, a helicopter that is definitely part of this scene and environment hovers in pursuit. We see that it is piloted by Danziger, and he reconvenes with 2 uncredited mercenaries seated behind him. They report that word from the ground is that their wounded comrade has regained consciousness, and that he claims to have gotten a shot off at Roan's security. Not only that, but he thinks that the bullet is still lodged in his shoulder. Danziger chuckles knowingly. But in the van, Roan eyes Purge Night through the rear windows, witnessing a terrifying tableau. Bodies dressed all in white hang dead from the branches of a sprawling tree, and women in dresses dance in the pale moonlight, taking turns stabbing their already deceased victims, their sinister silhouettes carved out of the darkness. Roan ponders mournfully how it came to this, and no one has an answer for her.
I did like these images of what we're passing.
Mm-hmm.
It's disturbing. It's scary. These people, and their night has nothing to do with ours. They're just doing their own thing.
Mm-hmm.
But Roan knows better than most people what this night does to people.
Mm-hmm.
So for her to see this and be like, I just can't. You lived this. You watched your family be murdered.
Yeah, and it was 25 years ago, right?
That we've been doing the Purge, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, it's been some time this has been happening.
Again, I mean, maybe it's just something you never get used to.
Yeah, I mean...
25 years is a long time.
Yeah.
It's a long time. I'm specifically saying what she went through.
Mhm.
Yes.
For her to be clutching her pearls, it's like, girl.
And this
No.
isn't that bad.
Yeah.
I don't mean to be that guy, but it's kind of beautiful in a really bad, sick, and morbid way. That's what I mean to say.
Right.
But when she takes her seat next to Leo, he glances over to the other side of the van, where he finds Rondo cuffed to his bed. Laney explains who he is, and that he suffered 2 gunshot wounds from a rival gang, but promises that Rondo's a good kid, and she says that he's chained up because she didn't want him purging anymore. It seems like 2 conflicting things we're saying here.
Yeah.
He's a good kid, but I had to chain him to the bed so he'd stop killing people. Because he has a bloodlust tonight.
Yeah.
But tomorrow he'll be a good
fine.
kid
He'll be
again.
fine.
But when Leo turns his head away, Laney notes to Roan that it looks like the NFFA made their move on her, like those dogs of the AMS. Am I right?
Exactly.
House of the Dead 2 fans rise up. But Roan agrees that that's indeed what it looks like, and Laney launches into a few insults, calling the NFFA, and I quote, "goddamn conniving, duplicitous, crooked, cocksucking politicians." Roan agrees yet again, but promises that not all politicians are bad. Again with the writing.
Yeah.
But Laney counters that in her experience, her people are on their own, no matter what politicians say or promise. But Rondo interrupts, admitting his confusion because he doesn't know who Senator Roan even is. Laney just chuckles that Rondo gives people from the neighborhood a bad name. But the atmosphere grows tense at the sound of gunfire, and as the van speeds past it, Leo peeks through the window, noting that it was just the crossfire of random purgers and has nothing to do with them. It's like, it's still harrowing.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, it's Purge night. The way that they're all like,
Yeah,
oh,
that's right.
Rondo.
And I'm
It's like,
sorry,
dude.
Don, what the fuck are you doing driving through crossfire? New driver. We're getting a new driver.
It's just weird. We've been driving for how long, and this is the first time we've encountered
That's
Purge.
true.
Yeah. It's actually, honestly, you might not have to end the Purge, Roan.
Yeah.
I feel like it's dying out on its own.
It's ending itself.
Yeah.
But with the calm somewhat returned, Roan asks how they all know each other, learning that Joe gave Marcos a job 7 years ago when he came to the country from Mexico, and that he's been looking after Laney even longer, since she was a kid. Laney smiles that Joe helped her get out of the life, but Leo just snarks that it sounds like Joe is a saint. But Joe refuses this label, countering that he's just doing his part. Roan surmises that riding around in a van on Purge night helping people is pretty dangerous, but Laney shares that the unwritten rule of Purge night is that they leave the triage units alone, which she says is true for the most part. But Rondo pipes in, once again asking who the hell all these people are. The group laughs, but their levity is short-lived as they soon take fire from a high-powered artillery.
Oh, yeah, it's Purge night.
Yeah.
It's like you've done this twice, back to back.
It was like when Bart was like, no, what are we laughing about? It's like, dude. And I gotta say, another thing that's happened is Rondo has been shot twice.
Yes.
And so maybe this confusion is from blood loss.
Right.
And he's not giving the neighborhood a bad name. He's like, I'm fucking dying here.
Well, they did stop treating him.
They did.
That's fucking painful.
But Leo forces everybody down to the ground, and we see the bullets are being fired from above, a Gatling gun at the bottom of Danziger's helicopter. Leo checks in on everyone to make sure they're all right, and everyone seems to be. But Laney looks over to the boy from the neighborhood that she swore to protect, that she was so grateful to have rescued from Purge night, and she offers flatly, Jesus Christ, Rondo's dead. I was like, what the hell?
My note says Rondo's dead, LMAO. Just the way that, like,
No emotion.
it's too much. It's just too much. Looking at it under that perspective, I feel like we should have been a lot more worried.
Yeah.
And it would have been nice to have heard about him before any of this.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
thinking the same
that's
thing.
true.
Like maybe have him hanging around the deli, or because it's like we don't even know this kid.
No.
And like, of course, it's sad that he's gone, but Laney doesn't even seem to give a shit.
No.
Yeah.
It's like, dang, Rondo's
Yeah.
dead. But we, honestly, setting it up, we kind of knew because she's basically like, and Rondo has one day until retirement.
Yeah. No.
It's like, well, no shit, he's going to be dead soon.
Well, he's handcuffed to the thing I get it, but I don't feel that's a good enough reason. The guy's just there.
And
Yeah.
also, we're speeding away in the van. Like, what's he going to do, really?
Yeah.
Tuck and roll to get out.
Want to kill people that
He
bad?
wanted
No
it more.
shit. Yeah.
The group responds in confusion, but Leo knows exactly what it is. The mercenaries have found them. He directs Dawn to take a sharp left under the freeway, and she follows his orders as the helicopter circles back. But on their way under the overpass, the van passes a large, muscular man who stands covered in blood and shirtless over the flickering flames of a fire. He bellows, "Tonight, the gates of hell will open and invite me in. It's survival of the fucking fittest. Who's the fittest? I'm the fittest of them all."
Okay.
Quick question. What was that? And why are we seeing it here? Why is this here at this exact moment? It you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of that fucking scene in House of a Thousand Corpses when dude's like, "You want to go to hell? This is hell."
Yeah.
It feels like a fucking weird just
Well, that's what I'm saying. The stuff like this, it feels like, here, don't ask us for shit house for a
Yeah.
while.
Yeah, like you
Like-
saw some Purge, it's fine.
Yeah, they're purging out there. We showed you. Remember the guy screaming with the shirt off? Like that's what it feels like.
With no one around him on a deserted street.
Yeah.
Well, he's speaking his truth.
Is the crime that he's committing that he didn't get a permit for this?
Yeah.
I almost thought maybe because of what we see next or here in a bit, but you are right. He's yelling this. There's nobody around. Nothing's happening. It's just weird.
But Danziger watches from above, acknowledging that he's about to lose the van, but he calls in reinforcements from the ground units, declaring that they've got the senator cornered. Leo watches through the window as the van enters under an overpass, and he spies a large crowd of shirtless men engaged in what appears to be fair combat with medieval weapons, a circle of men surrounding them and cheering on their chosen gladiator. Leo urges Dawn to park the van. I was like, does he want to watch the fights? Why are we
Yeah.
here?
Oh shit.
They do this on Purge then?
Yeah.
But But he alerts the group that the mercenaries are bound to have units on the ground, and they'll be all over them. Joe urges them to figure out a plan fast because he doesn't like it here. It's like nobody does.
Well, I love it here, for one. It's like, Joe, please.
Roan doesn't understand how they were followed, and Leo says that it doesn't matter. But realization washes over him when he realizes how they were tracked. He mutters, "You son of a bitch," before grabbing a pair of forceps from the medical supplies on the wall and unbuttoning his shirt. Roan sits puzzled, but Leo just digs the tip of his finger inside of his wound before reaching the forceps inside and pulling out the obstruction. There, clutched in the tip of the forceps, is the round fired into his shoulder, the base of it a glowing bright blue, a trace bullet. Marcos suggests that they drop it outside and drive away, but before they can formulate any kind of a plan, Joe notices through the windshield that the van is being approached slowly by dozens of armed gang members. Joe remarks, and God, I fucking hate this screenplay, "There's a bunch of Negroes headed straight for us, and we're sitting here like a bucket of motherfucking chicken." I turned into that meme of Tarantino walking around his house. I left. I paused the movie and I was like, I got to take a break.
No, it's bad. It's bad. I think that was a pause the movie, sigh, shake my head, and then start it again moment. Because it's like, what?
We checked the time.
Yeah.
But the helicopter hovers overhead, keeping watch on a beeping radar screen as the van is surrounded by gang members down below. Danziger receives confirmation from the ground units that they're only 2 minutes away, and we see their cavalry speeding towards the location in an armored vehicle. But under the overpass, the gang members shake the van, and the group is unsure what to do, fearing they'll start shooting if they open fire, and fearing that they'll start shooting if they don't do anything at all. But Joe, wrestling with himself, takes matters into his own hands, literally. He sticks his fingers into his mouth, letting out a sharp whistle, and the encroachment of the gang members ceases. The group looks up at Joe, puzzled, but he explains that it's like he said, he isn't a saint. Everyone has a past. A similar whistle is heard outside the van in response to Joe's, and Joe tells the group that what he did was a Crip whistle, and since they sent it back, as long as they're dealing with the right set, they should be good.
He said that they threw it back. Just for the record.
Well, all
Not
right.
like that.
That took me a second. A man outside of the van mutters that he knows what he heard, and Joe cautiously opens the back door. They're approached slowly by a man in a blue bandana, played by Jamal Peters, who carries a wounded friend over his shoulder. He promises that they're not going to hurt anyone and just asks them to help him. Leo arranges a bargain. They help his friend, and the gang does something for them. And the gang agrees.
I get it, and I understand the whole whistle thing and whatever, but it almost, for me, again, yeah, when I was younger, I had a rough past and whatever, and I get it. But for me, it feels like you learned about this and you wanted to put it in your movie.
Oh, like you researched it?
Yeah, you were like
last
oh,
week?
they do a cool whistle. I mean, you know what I mean? Or, that gang, they've got this sign. Let's put it in. It's like, okay, I get it. It's just the way that it's said.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I've never been a Crip. I'm not affiliated with them, but I understand. You know what I mean? But the way he says it, that's a Crip whistle.
Yeah,
Okay,
it was pretty funny.
It's weird. It's just, it comes off weird.
It's again down to the writing.
Yeah.
Where really none of it feels natural or right for human beings to be saying.
Yeah.
But Danziger watches from the radar, noting that the group is still under the overpass, but they're on the move. We watch as the uncredited reinforcements arrive, realizing that the target they're tracking has stopped and suggesting that they pursue on foot. They do, creeping out of their vehicle, guided by the screen of their radar under the overpass. Once there, they find the discarded trace bullet. They radio in to Danziger to alert him of their finding, but are promptly interrupted from behind by the sharp sound of a crip whistle. The two neo-Nazi mercs turn around to find themselves completely surrounded by crips, armed to the teeth. Danziger calls into his men for an update, but his only answer is the firepower of the gang members, who curse him jovially over the headset of his fallen comrades. Danziger hangs his head in defeat.
I just wanted to know what that conversation was.
Huh.
They shot me with a trace bullet, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they don't know that I know that they shot me. It's just like, how did we set this up? It's just funny to me to
So
think
we'll
about.
leave it here.
Yeah. But they're going to come looking for me because they don't. It's like, okay.
But the lights of the triage van cut through the fog, unfollowed and unfettered, as Dawn tells the group that they're only a few blocks away and that she's going to call in to let them know that they have a special guest joining them. Leo looks over at Roan, and we watch as the gates are open for the tunnel leading into the underground facility. Once the group arrives, Dawn rushes the wounded member of the Crips inside on a gurney, but Lainey, Leo, Roan, Marcos, and Joe are given the opportunity to strut through the dark tunnel like action heroes, distorted guitar chugging in the score. The group is welcomed inside of the makeshift triage center. Rows of patients tended to on beds between concrete pillars, the underground facility lit by large beaming bulbs on tripods resting in each corner. The area is populated with medical personnel hard at work, and despite being told everything about the facility and witnessing it with his own two eyes, Leo asks, "What is this place?"
I'm just like, do y'all think we're stupid and we need everything explained 3 times?
Mm-hmm.
Lainey already told him.
Yep.
Like, everybody told him. And
Yeah.
he's watching it.
Yeah.
You ever seen a hospital?
He's like, no.
I will say going into this, after a second, I was kind of like, oh, this is just a standard action movie. It made me think of also, too, again, when they had that underground hospital in Cloverfield.
Oh, yeah.
And it, again, another just action movie. It's just sci-fi action or whatever. But I was here, I'm like, this doesn't, I know you said it earlier, babe, but oh, yeah, it's The Purge.
Yeah.
Again, now we're doing something different.
I do really like what they're doing down here, though.
Yeah.
I thought it was, I mean, I know that we had alluded to it earlier,
Mm-hmm.
but it's like you would hope, you know, if this were real, that there would be shit like this.
Mm-hmm.
And especially when you think about it, and all emergency services are cut off until 7 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah, if somebody has a heart attack, they're fucked.
That's
Yeah.
what I always think about is I'm like, there are going to be injuries and shit that are unrelated to the Purge.
Right.
But to Leo's ridiculous question, an authoritative voice answers, "We call this a safe zone." The group turns to find Dante Bishop approaching them, flanked by Angel Munoz, Dante's right-hand man played by Naheem Garcia. Dante introduces himself and Angel to Senator Roan, shaking her hand, noting that he isn't surprised that the NFFA came after her tonight. But he takes the group around to get them settled in, explaining, when asked, that this facility was set up by his organization. They have doctors, nurses, EMTs, paramedics. He says that this is their way of protesting Purge Night. The camera pans across the surprised faces of Dante's people, some of them even young teenagers, smiling in disbelief at the sight of Senator Roan in their midst. Roan waves at them as Leo asks just how secure the place actually is, with Dante assuring him that only the volunteers and the unhoused folks that they invite in know that this facility even exists. As the camera settles in on groups of poverty-stricken people, children playing together, and the wounded tended to by medical personnel, Dante explains that these are the real victims of the Purge, the people that the NFFA are trying to eliminate so that they don't have to take care of them anymore. Leo ensures that Dante's men guarding the facility are armed, even those on the rooftop, and Dante confirms this, promising that they'll keep them as safe as they can on Purge Night. At some point in your screenplay, I feel like you can start saying tonight.
Yeah.
But Dante walks off, Roan joining him and thanking him for his hospitality, but she chastises him for the tactics that she's heard of him employing on Purge night. As Leo spies an office at the other side of the facility, guarded by an armed member of Dante's crew, Dante makes a deal with Roan. She gets elected and gets rid of Purge night, and he won't have to do what he does anymore. Roan deems this to be fair enough, but the group finally rests a bit, taking a seat after their ordeal of an evening. But Leo eavesdrops on a distant conversation between Dante and Angel, a conversation that he should have no way of hearing. Dante orders Angel to keep her and her people quiet before assembling his men to exit the facility. Leo watches as Angel heads into that secretive office, closing the door behind him. But under the overpass, we find Danziger and his men discovering the corpses of his fallen comrades. He heads back to their armored vehicle, and as they sit down in the back, the lights of monitors glowing on the wall, Danziger demands access to every surveillance camera in the city, resigned to implement a grid search until they find the triage van, and he's certain they will. But back in the underground facility, Leo finally gets his wounds properly dressed by a medical professional, while Roan mixes and mingles with injured individuals and potential voters. Uplifting music plays as the camera pans over to Joe, Marcos, and Laney, who watch the senator at work. Marcos assures Joe that they did the right thing, and Joe smiles in agreement. But he says that it's time to go. He needs to get back to the deli.
Guys, there's 40 minutes of the movie left. I gotta get back in harm's way. I don't know what to tell you about it. He willingly left.
Yeah.
I was so annoyed by this.
And I'm sorry, dude, but it's not your deli anymore. They fucked it up. It's done. There's no way that the amount of time that we've been gone that they weren't able to break through that metal door.
Yeah. And we already said that Marcos already told me that he was going to help me rebuild.
Yeah.
So I agreed to it. It's okay.
We can hang out here tonight.
Yeah.
Laney is perplexed, asking if Joe is fucking crazy, reminding him that they're safe here. Joe just counters that he'll walk if he has to, so Laney offers to drive him herself, but they agree that if they run into any problems, they're heading right back to the facility. Laney walks away, but as the men survey the senator, Joe assures Marcos that they'll see her again. After they vacate the triage area, Leo approaches Senator Roan, and they check in on each other. But Leo tells Roan to stay where she is, because he's gonna go take a look around. Roan agrees to this and returns speaking with the triage patient, but Leo steps away, walking past the rows of beds, stopping for a moment as he watches Laney, Joe, and Marcos being led out of the facility. He keeps walking, nodding at Dante's men, and seemingly looking over a rack of snacks and supplies, but is really peering through the slats of the rack to look at the heavily guarded office door. He casually walks over, pretending to stop in line for food, but is instead waiting and watching for Angel and the other guards to step away. As soon as they do, Leo makes a beeline for the office, tense music rising as he finally reaches the door and pushes it open. Once inside, he discovers a control room, and Red, played by Naeem Duran, parked in front of a wall of computer screens with live surveillance. Leo is then approached from behind by an uncredited member of Dante's crew, who lays a hand on his shoulder, asking him what he's doing here. Leo warns him to unhand him, and when he doesn't, he twists the man's arm, putting him into a chokehold as Red rushes for him, and Leo draws his gun, just as Angel returns to the room.
I understand his paranoia. We've gone through a lot. whatever. These people took you into their facility where they help people. You're in here snooping around like you're wanting to find something bad.
And they're famously anti-Purge.
Yeah.
Like, it is like you said, you're looking for like, you fucked up a lot and you probably shouldn't have your job tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
And whatever you do down here is not going to change that.
No.
So just sit down, have a snack, and shut the fuck up.
That's literally exactly what I was going to say, except I was going to specifically say those Ritz cheese sandwich crackers.
Yes.
But I do not understand why we're causing any problems at all.
Yeah.
Whatever they're doing is none of our fucking business.
Right.
We are here to keep the senator safe, and we can do exactly that if you do those 3 things that Nate prescribed.
Yeah. Yeah. But if you've got to be nosy, at least just say, look, we've been dealing with them. I understand. I hate them too. What's going on?
Yeah. Angel asks what's going on, and Red immediately snitches. He was snooping around, which made me bust out laughing. But Angel tries to defuse the situation, maintaining a calm and even tone of voice, especially when Senator Roan enters the office, standing in the doorway, confused and concerned. Angel backs Red away and coaxes Leo to lower his weapon and unhand the guard, which he does. Roan asks what's going on, and Leo states that he's just doing his job. Angel assures Roan that there's been a misunderstanding, suggesting that they go back outside, but Roan inches deeper into the room, her eye catching photographs at the farther wall surrounding a large map of Washington, D.C. Roan recognizes the men in the pictures. They're Minister Owens's biggest financial supporters in the NFFA. She then notices a location marked on the map, Our Lady of Sorrow, the church where Owens is holding the midnight purge mass. Roan overlooks schematics of the church and a sticky note that ponders, before or after? So you guys are putting everything up here.
Oh, that could mean anything. We don't.
It could be lunch and dinner.
Yeah,
we don't know.
For sure. I'm just like, if I'm her, it's so crazy that I walked into this office and didn't see anything.
Yeah.
And then fucking left because this is
Yeah.
none of my business and I didn't see anything.
Yeah.
I didn't fucking do this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
literally.
Again, none of my business.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Figure out before or after. Whatever y'all gotta hammer out.
But the music shivers tensely as Roan understands. Dante and his men are planning to assassinate Minister Owens. But in the triage van, the deli trio sits in disbelief of everything that's happened tonight. Marcos assumes that no one would believe them, and Laney seconds this, positing that Irish Ike would be like, bullshit, now where's my waffles? And she's joined by the entire group as she finishes, and pussy.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
wow.
all that was for.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Was for this moment.
Written by Rob Zombie. This was Tutti fucking fruity.
It was Tutti fucking fruity for sure.
But the group howls with laughter, but immediately grows somber when Laney mutters, I hope he's okay tonight. I hope he's okay tonight. He's there every day.
Yeah.
And you haven't checked in on him.
No.
You haven't done anything. You're just like, oh shit, it's the purge.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
the purge tonight. But in an adjacent lane of oncoming traffic, Marcos notices bright lights of large 18-wheelers, and he recognizes them as government trucks, noticing that he saw them on YouTube from last year's purge, and they're headed straight for the safe zone. So that is a bit of continuity because these kinds of trucks were used in Purge Anarchy,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and they learned that they were government trucks.
Okay.
So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But back in the office in the underground facility, Roan pleads with Angel not to do this, insisting that she has to win the election fair and square. But Angel counters that the NFFA hasn't been doing anything fair and square, and neither should they.
That's my thing. And I know how we should. I know how we're supposed to be feeling right now. And I know that technically Roan is right.
Yeah.
But they tried to kill me tonight. If I'm her, they tried to kill me tonight. And they're the one that lifted the restraints against this happening to him. So, like, I'm sorry. I understand martyrdom. I understand all of that. But he's the one pushing to continue this. He's the one that's like, oh, no, now everybody's fair game. You play stupid games. What do you win?
Yeah.
I think the reality of it is the difficulty of what Roan says in a bit about that martyrdom, because it then becomes, you've only killed the man, you haven't killed the message.
Yeah, but she gets elected and then we change the laws. I'm sorry. In the words of Candy Burris, I am not Michelle Obama. You go low, I'm going low with you. If this is the game that we're playing, I didn't see anything that was going on in this fucking office. They tried to kill you in your own house.
I think there would be less of an argument for her side if she didn't live the night that she lived the night. So I agree. I understand what you're saying. But Leo admonishes their plans, assuming the church will be heavily guarded, and Dante and his men are going to get slaughtered. Angel just responds that 4 churches have been built in that spot. The first one by George Washington, and he loaded the place with escape tunnels. And he says that these tunnels are all over D.C. If I'm not mistaken, I do think that I read somewhere that George Washington did load his fucking properties with escape tunnels and stuff.
What?
Really?
I'm pretty sure I did read that. So they are kind of maybe calling upon actual history to do something in the film.
Okay.
Which is interesting.
Yeah.
But Angel states that one tunnel has been closed down since the 1950s, but Dante and his men reopened it. He says it'll allow them to walk right through it and into the church without anyone knowing. As Leo combs through the paperwork pinned to the walls, Angel quips that the original founding fathers are about to fuck over the new founding fathers. That line is great, but then he goes, "How do you like that for irony?" It's like, God damn it.
Yeah, no, we know that. We know.
Yeah.
You don't need to tell us that part.
Nah. But he tells Roan that they're doing all of this for her. But she refuses this notion, pleading with Angel to get Dante on the phone. She asserts that if Minister Owens is assassinated, he'll become a martyr for the supporters of the NFFA, and she can't have her presidency built on murder.
But she's not. I'm not saying for her to go out and kill him.
Right.
Which she is within her rights to tonight.
But I will say that no matter what Roan does or doesn't do, in the eyes of the public and conspiracy theorists, Roan killed Minister Owens.
I mean,
I think you're
You're like, God damn it, you're right.
It's true, but there's going to be conspiracies regardless.
right.
She didn't do this. She didn't fucking do this.
But again, the only way to begin anything on any kind of even ground or level ground, or honestly with any kind of respect from even her supporters, because if they're like, you're fucking all anti-Purge, but then
She didn't.
No, but again, dude, if this night goes on and fucking her opponent gets killed, everyone's gonna be like, why did Roan send Dante Bishop and his men to kill Minister Roan? Minister fucking Owens. It was her brother?
I was going to say that's a conspiracy theory.
But it's going to be put on her no matter what she does, if it happens.
I get it. I think for me, the problem where that falls apart is you should have made them regular politicians then. These people are Nazi scum pieces of shit. I don't feel bad for that. It's like if you're out there killing Nazis, that's fine. I'm okay with that. But I feel like the way that the movie plays out, it's very, I'm like, I don't understand. Like, why do I need to feel bad for that?
I think it's like a moral test that I've perhaps failed tonight. And that's okay.
Yeah.
The Purge isn't real. None of this is real.
Yeah.
Now.
Maybe it would work a little bit better if we saw her wrestle with it.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like nobody is perfect. And so when I'm given characters that present as perfect, it just annoys me, I think.
No, I get that. I just think that for her character to work, she kind of has to be like this.
No, yeah.
But Angel counters that Owens won't leave this up to the voters, as he doesn't believe in the American system. Roan pleads with Angel to believe in her, and he promises that he does, which is why they're trying to pave a way for her to the White House, so she can make changes. But Dawn interrupts, entering the office and clutching her phone. She says that it's Laney and that the government trucks are headed their way. Leo, Roan, and Angel consult the monitors and discover the trucks pulling up outside. Leo understands that the NFFA means to eliminate all of their enemies on Purge night, including Dante and his men, and he knows that if they find Roan here, they'll kill her too. I feel like this is another good reason for Dante not to have appeared live on the news this morning.
Yeah.
But also, again, Leo, just the fucking Captain Obvious.
Yeah.
If they find Roan, no shit, they're
That's
after
the whole
Roan.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the whole point of tonight.
But Leo beseeches Angel for a way out for the senator, and Angel leads them to a way out back, alerting them as he snags and loads his rifle that it leads to the alleyway down 3rd and Thompson. Leo snatches the phone from Dawn, directing Lainey to pick them up at this location, and she promises to meet them there, whipping a U-turn against Joe's protests. But in the underground facility, Dante's men mobilize and arm themselves to protect and defend the wounded, the children, and the less fortunate. Angel, however, leads Leo and Roan to the exit tunnels, Roan appealing one last time for him to stop the assassination of Minister Owens. But Angel insists that it's too late, and he bids them stay safe.
All right.
But in the triage van, Joe fumes, asking if they're expected to be superheroes or something. But in a matter of moments, he changes his tune, resolved to help Roan and Leo to safety. In the alley on 3rd and Thompson, Leo leads Roan past the dumpsters and debris, Roan commenting that she can't believe they're outside again. It's like, it's not time for casual conversation at all. We're not commenting on this. Follow me. And this is one of the times that I thought the lighting was pretty cool with the green lights on them and the red lights from the street lamps.
Yeah.
It's pretty neat. But Leo promises that they'll get her through this. But as they continue onward, Leo's boot makes contact with a long yellow tripwire stretching across the alley. A long blade suddenly swings at them on a pendulum, narrowly missing Leo, and the laughter of purgers echo through the alley, lamenting that the blade was so close. Leo then counts down, timing their crossing, and they're able to escape unscathed. I laughed out loud because when it misses them, the purgers go, "Aww." And then as they leave, they go, "Hey, good luck out there." It's like, what the hell was this detour?
They were half participating.
They're so happy.
They got it fair and square.
Like, we'll get somebody, but
With this Tomb Raider ass trap. Like, what is going on?
But Leo and Roan continue onward through the streets of D.C., passing an uncredited elderly woman who sits at a bus stop bench, warmed by the flickering flames of a burning corpse as she sings, "Let Me Call You Sweetheart," into the night. Her voice echoes as Lainey pulls up in the triage van, Leo and Roan hopping into the back, and Roan thanking them for saving her. Again. She's like, "Thanks for saving me." How's it, the Dead 2 fans? Rise up. Leo directs Lainey to drive them out of the city, but Marcos notices something is wrong with Senator Roan. She leans pensively against the wall of the van, and she admits that she's not all right when he asks. But she confides in Leo that she can't win the election like this. She says it goes against everything she believes in. But Leo insists that they focus on what's most important right now, her survival. But Roan can't sit idly by while Minister Owens is assassinated. She repeats that if they assassinate him, he'll become a martyr to their cause, and they lose. Leo doesn't understand how they can stop it, and he asks Roan if she's really willing to risk her life to save an assassin. But before Roan can answer, the triage van is T-boned in the middle of an intersection by an armored vehicle.
I know it's not horror, but this did make me think of the other guys when they got kidnapped and they took their shoes.
I think just about everything makes you think of the other guys.
Well,
Yeah, I
know.
think... But the van topples over onto its side, the back door flinging open, everyone inside tumbling to the floor of the vehicle. They all groan in pain, catching their breath, as Lainey looks back from the driver's seat, and they all check in on each other. But before they can confirm that they're all right, Roan is dragged from the open door.
Leo!
Yeah.
Leo rushes to his feet, seizing his gun and rushing out of the van with Joe, both of them aiming at the armored vehicle, which speeds off into the night. Leo fires at it to no avail, as Marcos and Laney stumble out to join them. Leo says that he knows where they're taking the senator, and he knows why she's still alive. He suggests that the trio find somewhere safe to hide and stay there, but Laney refuses, telling him that whatever it is he's planning to do, they're coming with him. The four venture on together through the night in pursuit of the vehicle on foot. But inside the vehicle, Roan is bound and gagged to the metal floor, Danziger and his men overlooking their captive as the vehicle parks outside of Our Lady of Sorrow Church. Roan is tossed out, dragged past two uncredited and suited security guards and into the church, passing pillars and nativity scenes and upstairs as the music pulses, guided only by Danziger's tactical light. Roan is led to the sacristy, the room lit by rows of candles, where Harmon James enters the room wearing his vestments. Roan tries to pull away, but one of the uncredited mercenaries squeezes his arm around her throat, choking her until she passes out. Low and ominous Purge-related chanting is heard as Roan is fitted for a white gown and tied to a metal dolly. Danziger relieves his men of their duty, reminding them that they're only being paid to deliver the package, not to gift wrap it. He suggests to them instead that they go find a place to wait out the rest of Purge night, and they leave with him, leaving Harmon to prepare the senator for her sacrifice by flickering candlelight as the music pulses distorted around them.
So was this the point the whole time? Was this the goal? Not to kill her, but to bring her here?
Well, Danziger said earlier that she needs to be captured alive.
Yeah.
I can't. Well, I mean, it still eventually kill her, but
Yeah,
not in her
yeah.
apartment.
Yeah.
And they weren't going to do it. It was for...
Right.
I did feel like that kind of should have had a bigger payoff, him saying that, because it seemed like it should, like something should have got loose or something, him saying that. We were told her to bring her here, not gift wrap. Okay, so like, are the straps loose now? Or are they like, I don't understand.
I think he's just like very particular. I don't know. They weren't paid for that, so let's get out of here and leave this sickly boy to do it.
Yeah, what the?
I don't know what's wrong with him.
I don't know.
He's had a rough go this Purge night.
Yeah.
Clearly.
Harmon James.
Yeah. But I wonder if even some part of her is like, man, I shouldn't have stopped them from coming to kill this guy.
Roan finally wakes up, struggling against her restraints as she makes eye contact with Harmon. And when she looks to her left, she finds Lawrence, played by Nicholas Rexford, tied to another dolly, bruised and beaten and peering over at her weakly. I did see that he is also one of the production assistants on the film.
Oh.
Okay.
Which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
But Harmon walks through the curtain and onto the altar, where Minister Owens stands, presiding over his congregation and leading them in prayer. Blessed be the new founding fathers for letting us purge and cleanse our souls. Blessed be America, a nation reborn. His voice echoing over the populated pews of NFFA members, Owens remarks that it's taken them a long time to get away from the lies and self-deception, to come to a place of knowledge and awareness of who they really are, people of flesh, immensely flawed. He admits that it's hard to see the ugly truth, but change can only come from acceptance. As a guard watches from the mezzanine, Owens implores them all to do their godly duty to get rid of the fury and hatred that poisons their souls and makes them sick and ugly. He proposes that tonight, as the leaders of this great country, they will sin, scour, sanitize, and sterilize their souls until they're free again, and he declares that the country will be better for it. He asserts emphatically that they're not hypocrites because they practice what they preach, and he leads them in a chant of purge and purify. The congregants repeat it over and over, the camera panning across Leader Warrens and Press Secretary Roseland in the front row as Owens announces, "Let us begin."
So I don't know if maybe this whole movie hits a little too close to home right now.
Maybe.
But this whole display right here is the most frightening thing that I've seen in this series, period.
Yeah.
I feel like there have been discussions of the Purge as more of like their God-given right is what they always say.
Yeah.
But I don't think that we have seen it so steeped in religion.
Yeah.
Or as a religion, and it is what Roan said on the debate stage, is murder our new religion.
Yeah.
And it clearly is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just feels really worse than it just being a religion. Like their little flag and the way it's displayed, and I don't like it. I'm going to be completely
There's
honest.
vibes for sure.
Yeah.
Bad vibes.
Certainly allusions to real shit.
Yeah.
But in George Washington's secret escape tunnel, Dante readies and arms his men, preparing them to enter the church. But their operations are interrupted by Leo calling out to them, his voice echoing before they see him at the other end, unarmed and alone. He assures them that he's unarmed, as Joe, Laney, and Marcos watch him from around the corner with their weapons drawn, Joe hoping that Leo knows what he's doing. When asked by his men, Dante acknowledges that he knows Leo and orders them to lower their guns. Leo approaches Dante and the two men shake hands, but Dante grows suspicious when Leo seems to know all about the tunnel leading into the church. But Leo just breezes past Dante and his men to the tunnel's entrance, alerting them that this is no longer an assassination. This is a rescue mission.
And also kind of an assassination.
Yeah.
But inside the church, Roan watches unwillingly from the wings as Owens continues his midnight purge mass, announcing that Jesus died for their sins, and now their modern-day martyrs will die for their trespasses. Harmon returns to the sacristy, and as Roan's fearful moans are muffled beneath her gag, he wheels Lawrence to the altar, where Owens introduces him to the congregation as a lifelong drug addict who wants to make amends, to serve his God and his government, and he implores the congregation to thank Lawrence for this gift. Gratitude emanates from the pews as the congregants all thank Lawrence for his sacrifice, and Owens mutters, "We love you, Lawrence." Which was like, what the fuck?
Well, someone in the crowd said, "Thank you, Lawrence."
They're very pleased.
Maybe let's hear what Lawrence thinks about that.
Yeah.
Owens then wheels a cart closer to Lawrence, which is covered in a white sheet, and he explains to the congregation that the weapons beneath have been cleansed in holy water and are now instruments of destruction. He removes the white sheet with a flourish, revealing a collection of blades, some surgical, some more fit for a butcher, as well as a couple of handguns for good measure. I just a little nitpicking. Owens said on the debate stage that he is going to spend the night presiding over his midnight purge mass, as he always does.
Mm-hmm.
Why is he explaining to them what everything is when they've done this for 25 years?
Yeah.
He's like, and then we purify them. Like, yeah, we know.
Because we haven't done it for 25 years.
Yeah. But Roan's screams are stifled by her gag, as Owens touts the work of Harmon James, who has been with the NFFA for many years and will have the honor of being the first purger of the evening. Owens clasps his hands in prayer as Harmon selects his blade carefully, inching his way over to Lawrence, who pleads fearfully for his life and begs for mercy. The congregants smile in anticipation as Owens instructs Harmon to raise the blade. Roan watches, tears streaming down her cheeks as Harmon brings the blade down into Lawrence's chest, and again, and again, and again, Owens urging him to scour his soul, to let the light in, pronouncing him as blood-baptized and born again. And Owens kind of looks like he has an orgasm. I don't know.
No, 1,000%. I was laughing at
There's a
it.
moment there that I was like, oh shit, that's
Yeah, no.
too much.
Yeah. And Harmon looks like he's on drugs.
Yes.
Not Lawrence. Harmon looked rough.
No, he looks quite ill.
There is something very wrong with him. It's never established or discussed or anything. He did tout all the work that he's doing for the NFFA, and maybe he's been doing it without sleep. I don't know. But Owens turns to Harmon to face him, clutching him by his pale face and peering into his beady eyes, asking if light has entered his heart. Harmon chuckles through cracked lips that it has, and Owens touts the power of purging to his congregants, who chant in return, "Purge and purify." I wonder, honestly, you remember that episode of American Dad when Roger was really sick? But then at the end, he kips up out of the chair.
Yeah.
If after he had purged, Harmon looked normal again.
That's kind of what it felt like, though.
Yeah.
That's what I thought might be happening, but it's no, he still looks like shit. I don't know what's going on.
Didn't help him at all.
No, it meant nothing to him.
I am glad that you pointed out his cracked lips, though, because goddamn, me and my Carmex were just looking at each other.
I was I've been lighting candles all night. I have time to take care of my lips.
And licking them only makes them drier.
Yeah. But Dante and his men lead Leo, Laney, Joe, and Marcos through the narrow tunnel to the church. But Joe stops Laney and Marcos, reminding them that no matter what happens, they stay together. They agree before continuing on. I will say, during a short break, we did look up pictures of these George Washington tunnels in D.C., and they look exactly like this.
Yeah.
It's very impressive production design. But up front, Dante stops next to a ladder, pointing a flashlight upward and instructing Leo that this ladder will take them to the mechanical room, and from there, they can access the cathedral. Dante climbs up first, followed by Leo, and once in the dimly lit mechanical room, Dante acknowledges that the church is just above them, but so are 50 Secret Service agents. He orders Leo to take the staircase up to the balcony while he and his men will enter from behind the altar. Leo accepts the assignment, eager to save Roan from the NFFA. But we return to Roan, tied to her dolly, watching helplessly as Harmon wheels Lawrence's corpse back into the sacristy. But at the altar, Owens proclaims that before they get to their communal purge, he'd like to introduce a guest who is going to be the centerpiece of their very special purge ceremony tonight. Harmon covers Roan's head with a cloth as he wheels her out to Owens and the congregation, Owens expressing that this guest has threatened to undo everything that the NFFA has done. He approaches Roan, standing between her and the congregation, as he insists that they must rid themselves of the negative emotions that their guest has stirred inside of them, and they must stop her from poisoning their great country by taking away their freedoms. He steps away, revealing their guest to be Senator Charlie Roan, and the congregation applauds uproariously as Owens beams a smile and Warrens and Rosalind shake hands in their pew. Owens then invites all of the Founding Fathers to join him on the altar to eliminate evil and to purge as one. As the congregants sing the hymn, there is a fountain filled with blood, and the leaders of the NFFA join Owens on stage. Leo quietly is working his way through the staircase, stealthily sneaking and permanently silencing Secret Service members in his path. Leo is followed by Joe, who dual wields his pistols, and Laney, who snags a weapon from a fallen Secret Service member as they creep cautiously up the steps. As the congregants continue to sing, Roan is surrounded by the NFFA leaders, and Owens flicks holy water onto her from a small metal bowl, offering Lord of Air, Lord of Earth, and asking God to receive this child into his loving arms. He acknowledges that they are sinners and pleads with the Lord to let them release. He then invites leader Warrens to lead them in this purge. Warrens approaches Roan, leaning in closer as Harmon stands behind her, wrenching her head back, his hand still soaked in Lawrence's blood, as Warrens whispers, "Blessed be our new founding fathers for letting us purge. Blessed be America, a nation reborn." But in the mezzanine, Leo sneaks up on the single security guard perched there, tackling him and beating him unconscious. As he's joined by Joe, Marcos, and Laney, Leader Warrens holds a blade to Roan's throat, slowly dragging it across. Joe calls for a rifle, and Marcos snags it, perching on the railing and aiming down sight. As blood leaks from a surface wound at the senator's throat, Marcos pulls the trigger, Warrens catching the bullet through the cheek, blood spurting from its entrance and exit as he clatters to the floor, dead.
The trajectory looked a little odd.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if there was a grassy knoll around or something, but the way that the angle that he got hit was a little strange to me. But I was like, hurry up. Like, I know I was making Max Payne jokes, but there is no bullet time. Like, you have to move faster than that.
I was kind of like, he murdered a lot of Secret Service to get here today, and then he just beats the shit out of this one. It's like, dude, it is exactly that. It's like, we don't have time. We don't know what his threshold is for punches. Like, just kill him and do.
And she's already starting to get sliced.
Yeah.
Like, hurry the fuck up.
And again, this plot armor and plot contrivance, you're lucky that he was toying a bit.
Yeah.
He could just cut her
Honestly.
throat. He already did his stupid fucking prayer thing that they do all the fucking time.
Yeah, and that other guy got stabbed like 20 times.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, whatever.
But Roan's dolly is knocked over in the frenzy, and the crowd of screaming congregants disperse as the Secret Service returns fire with the crew on the mezzanine, and Owens is whisked away to safety into the sacristy. Harmon, for whatever reason, takes his sweet time, casually snagging a shotgun and escaping through a side door, as Leo, Laney, Joe, and Marcos make short work of the security team in the nave of the church. The congregants entirely dispersed, the room falls silent, Roan's faint moans echoing through the church. Laney expresses relief that the senator is still alive, but their calm is short-lived as about a dozen reinforcements rush into the pews, readying their submachine guns as the crew in the mezzanine takes cover.
This literally felt like when you're playing a game and it's just wave after wave of baddies that are coming at you.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, oh, I'm done. And then you move forward, maybe do a little cutscene, and then there's another wave that you have to do. Like, it's like, didn't we just do this?
Yeah.
One would think so. You know what it actually reminded me of was the fight with the bride in Kill Bill with the Crazy 88s, where they swarm in a straight line.
Yeah, I can see that.
And you're like, oh, I feel like hopefully it's a cool reference.
I was gonna say one was a lot more interesting to look at.
Yeah.
Undoubtedly. But the Secret Service members fire endlessly upward, their bullets shredding the wood of the pews and leaving no openings for return fire.
I did laugh because I'm pretty sure one of these shots of the pews getting shot up gets used twice. That's fucking hilarious.
But suddenly, the sound of gunfire ceases, and Laney and Leo look around cautiously as Dante's voice calls out to them, asking where they are. Joe and Marcos join the pair, looking down to find the Secret Service slaughtered, Dante and his men standing triumphant in their place between the pews. He calls them down to the nave, and Joe cackles joyously. Dante and his men untie Roan and help her to her feet, as Leo, Laney, Joe, and Marcos trace through the aisles between the pews, loading their weapons. Roan assures them that she's okay and thanks them again for saving her life, but they're interrupted by the sound of gunfire, Dante attributing it to his men outside, but he radios in, letting them know that they've rescued the senator. And in response, the man on the other end replies, "And we have him." The music grows ominous as Dante exchanges a look with the senator before ordering his men to move. Roan and company chase Dante and his men downstairs, Roan attempting to appeal to the revolutionary leader's morality, asserting that she can win without him going through with this. But once they reach the bottom of the steps, Roan blocks the door leading to Minister Owens, imploring that what Dante is about to do is murder, and if he does this, he will be no different than them. Dante orders his men to move Roan, but Leo raises his gun to them, urging them to listen to the senator. Dante pauses for less than a moment before pushing Roan out of his way, entering the room and closing the door behind him. As their different factions engage in a standoff, Roan pleads to Dante through the door not to go through with this, but he continues onward with his men, past the bodies of dead Secret Servicemen littering the floor, to find Minister Owens cowering beneath a table. Dante raises his gun, and Owens rises to meet it, pressing his forehead to it and whispering, "Purge, my son. Purge." He reminds Dante that it's his right as an American and that God wants him to do it. He begs Dante to be killed. He just wants it too much.
He wants it way too much. I was kind of expecting, and I thought it would be funny if he flipped it 180 and was like, no, I did, like, if he didn't really believe in it and he was just using it to his advantage.
Yeah.
But it's like, oh no, this dude is like, he's a fucking about it. Like, he likes this shit.
Honestly, I feel like that might have been more successful for me if he was just completely a fraud.
Yeah, and he's just using, like, capitalizing off of it.
Because that's politics.
Yeah,
but no, he's on it.
And if
love on a pig.
And if we're gonna kill him, we can beat his ass at least, right?
I mean, we need to take him down a peg.
Yeah.
But outside the room, Joe appeals to Dante's men, telling them that he likes black people, but he's not going to let them shoot these white folks. And he states that these are their white folks, and he guides everyone in lowering their weapons. I was surprised that this one sentence worked on everyone, and everything's fine.
He's a good man.
Yeah.
But the door suddenly opens, and Dante leads a shivering Owens to the bottom of the stairwell, locking eyes with Roan, and he declares, "You better fucking win." Everyone is led out and into the bowels of the church, where they discover, amongst vestments and religious statues and iconography, about a dozen potential purge victims, tied up, their pleas for help muffled underneath the duct tape covering their mouths. Owens is absolutely vibing on it, which was really fucking funny.
Yeah.
But Roan seizes him by the jaw, cursing him as a murderous pig and vowing to beat the shit out of him on election day.
That again, that's just a reminder that, like, we go back to real life tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like, we have a debate next week. Like, This is crazy. I can never look at you again.
No.
Yeah, just beat his ass now.
Something.
And she said we can't kill him.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Didn't say we couldn't break his leg.
No. But as she tends to the would-be victims, Leo approaches Owens, admitting that he isn't as politically correct as the senator, before kneeing Owens in the balls. Owens collapses in a heap to the ground, and Joe is only able to offer once again, "Good night, blue cheese."
He loves it.
He loves it. I'm glad someone does. As Owens writhes on the floor, Leo and Joe dap it up because I guess they're finally cool now.
Yeah.
It only took all of
Yes.
But as Roan begins to untie those held captive by the NFFA, Dante and his men exit the room and head into an adjacent parking garage. But as soon as they do, they're flanked and fired upon by a returning Danziger and his men. And by the time Leo makes it outside, Dante is the only one left alive, but he sits bleeding from a wound in his stomach, seeking cover behind an SUV. Insisting that he has one move left in him, Dante rushes for a nearby car as Leo provides cover for him. He hotwires it, shifting gears and putting his foot on the gas, driving straight forward and crashing into a car, pinning two of Danziger's men to a parked bus. But trapped with nowhere to go, the mercenaries open fire on Dante, killing the leader of the resistance. I gotta say, we have had 3 films with this dude, following the trajectory from just the most humble of humble beginnings.
Yeah.
This death for him is, I hate it.
It's
I
not great.
don't like it either.
Because his plan wasn't even that good.
No.
Like, it's not like he had like a bomb in his mouth or something.
No.
Like there was no guarantee that he was even going to kill the people he crashed into.
Yeah, honestly.
Their thighs are slightly bruised, I think.
Well, it goes to, so I'm going to sacrifice my cause and what I've been working for so that you can stay alive and hope that you complete your mission.
Yeah.
That's right.
Once again.
Yeah.
He just deserved better.
Yeah, he did.
But inside, in slow motion shots, Minister Owens begins to speak in tongues, and it's the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen.
It was hilarious because it's like, why the fuck is this happening right now? And it did look funny.
And I just don't even understand, like, he doesn't even know what's happening outside. So he thinks that he's fucked.
He's into it.
Really?
He likes it.
Yeah, I think he likes it.
But Joe urges Marcos to shut him up, and Marcos seizes Owens, who smiles very widely when he's grabbed, which once again is just fucking hilarious. I don't get any of this.
Yeah.
But now alone, and out of bullets in the parking garage after exchanging fire, Leo and Danziger engage in hand-to-hand combat, trading blows and slashes with their blades. So I guess, in all fairness, I thought the plan was ass, but I guess Dante did kill all of Danziger's men.
Yeah.
It didn't take a lot.
No. It's like in House of the Dead 2, where they show you the weak spot. It must have been the thighs.
You just aim for it.
Yeah.
But in their struggle, Danziger forces Leo's blade into his shoulder, but Leo is able to break away, slashing at him repeatedly with his push dagger. The music grows tense as Leo slashes Danziger across the mouth, giving him a Glasgow grin. He then plants his push dagger into Danziger's spine, leaving him stumbling and unable to stand. As he drops to his knees, Leo lines it up before delivering a swift kick to Danziger's skull. He collapses on the ground, seemingly still alive.
Yeah.
And Leo just mutters, "Motherfucker." But why aren't we killing him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a Nazi. That's okay.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing as well. I saw on a featurette they were talking about how they did 10 hours of rehearsals for this, and it took 5 hours to shoot. I don't know enough about combat on film,
Right.
but for the amount of time that was put into it, I feel like it should have gone on longer than it did.
Yeah.
Well, my note was that I expected it to be a lot more dramatic than it was.
Yeah, I'm assuming they must have cut parts from
20
it.
minutes from it.
Yeah. It's like the last act of the film is just me kicking his ass.
Yeah.
But inside, Roan sets the first of the hostages free, and he runs past everyone to a door at the other side of the room. But as soon as he opens it, Harmon stands there, locked and loaded with a shotgun, and blasting the hostage back into the room. He cocks it again, nailing Marcos in the shoulder and sending him falling back onto the floor. He attempts to fire at Senator Roan, but when he clicks empty, Harmon switches to a sidearm, raising it to her, but Joe blocks her from the line of fire. He exchanges fire with Harmon, catching a bullet in the stomach before finally nailing Harmon's weird ass right between the eyes.
Took him a minute, but he got him.
It did. But it's good he's dead, though.
Yeah. Oh, no, yeah.
I think he was headed there anyway, frankly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Joe stumbles, his legs giving out as he sinks to the floor. Leo returns as Roan, Laney, and Marcos rush to check on him. Laney tearfully tells Joe that he's going to be okay, but they have to get him somewhere. But through raspy breaths, Joe knows that there's nowhere to take him. But he promises Laney that she's going to be fine, and that's what's important. He asserts that Roan is going to make sure of that, and Roan confirms this. Leo then sits down in front of Joe. And I forgot to put in my script, they had a little back and forth before Leo went into the garage, and he was like, "You got this?" And Joe was like, "I got this."
Yeah.
So now we're doing a little retread because Joe repeats their back and forth from earlier, asking if Leo's got this, and he says that he does. So I was like, all right.
Yeah.
But Joe then turns his attention to Marcos, clutching his hand as he slips away into death.
This is very touching, but we just lost the leader of our group 30 seconds ago.
Uh-huh.
Is this necessary really to lose another member that we have been following?
It does feel rushed.
Yeah.
Yeah. And honestly, when he stopped Lainey and Marcos in the tunnel and he's like, we got to stick together. I'm like, oh, he's
You're dead. Yeah.
He's dead. I thought I saw him reach into his pocket, and I'm like, I don't know if I would hate it or love it if he put the deli keys into Marcos's hand before he clasped it.
Well, that was his priority.
It was.
But I don't know that he did. I don't think he did, but that would have been.
And if he did, you would have talked shit about it.
I know. Like, they can't win. And that's not fair to them. I'm sorry, the Purge election year. I honestly feel like it might have been better if instead of Dante, it was Leo that died.
Okay.
Because I think that he also has had like a bit, he had his redemption in Purge Anarchy, but I feel like that would be a fitting into his story here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the way that he's been fucking treating everyone all night, I feel like it would be better if he died for them.
Yeah,
Right.
kind of like an arc.
Yeah. But no, I guess Joe and Dante are dead.
Two pillars, but
Yeah.
But we fade to black and we get on-screen text reading May 26th, 2 months after the annual Purge. We see Leo standing in the middle of a polling station, clean-shaven, surveying the area as Senator Roan casts her vote in the presidential election.
In May?
Yeah, I don't get that at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think maybe they were like, we put the Purge in March, like we can't fucking wait 8 months to do it. Like we have to move it sooner.
Yeah.
But Roan walks over to Leo, whispering something into his ear as they both smile. I guess this is like, I don't know if this is a reference to Lost in Translation because we do not get what he said. Neither of them are mic'd. But Roan greets a line of voters at the other side of the room, and we hear the reporter's voiceover cutting in, noting that it's been a great day for the senator so far, having already won New York, California, and... But as Marcos watches the news from inside of Joe's Deli, repainting the walls as part of a renovation, we see the electoral map on screen. The reporter announcing breaking news that Senator Roan has just won the state of Florida.
Thank God that Marcos reminded her that Florida was a state.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Otherwise, you would have been like,
yeah, why didn't I win?
and I'm sorry, dude. I would like to know, like, the rest of this campaign from Roan to be like, he tried to kill me on Purge night.
Yeah.
That's the rest of the thing. There's no other thing to talk about.
Yeah.
No.
But with this victory in Florida, it puts her over the necessary 270 electoral votes, and the reporter declares officially that the next president of the United States will be Charlie Roan. Lainey then enters the deli, smiling at Marcos, as the reporter reiterates Roan's first order of business as president, taking executive action to put an end to the Purge. Lainey passes shelving covered in sheets to approach Marcos, asking him if there are any updates, and Marcos proudly announces to uplifting music in the score that it's a landslide. Lainey promises to return tomorrow so that they can get started working on the ceiling, and as she turns to make her exit, she stops to look at a framed picture of Joe, which rests on a shelf behind the counter in his memory. And I feel like this is a still from earlier in the film. I don't know.
1,000% it is. If that's the picture that y'all picked for me, I would haunt you. Like, I would not be pleased with that.
But she smiles somberly, telling Marcos that this place is really coming along and that Joe would be very happy. After she makes her exit, Marcos descends the ladder, mixing more paint as he gazes out of the window at an American flag across the street, rippling in the calm breeze. But the reporter's voice cuts in once again, sharing disturbing news of a few scattered events around the country where NFFA supporters are reacting violently to the defeat of their party. Burning cars, breaking windows, looting, attacking police officers. The shot flickers distortedly as David Bowie's I'm Afraid of Americans begins to play, and we cut to black as the credits roll. And I will say I did forget this song was on the end credits because I do plan to use this on Instagram on Monday. Pretend you didn't hear it. But I have to ask the customary question. What did you guys think of the Purge election year?
I know we gave this movie a hard time. And I don't want to say that I don't understand. And again, these are our opinions, but I don't want to say that I don't understand how somebody can like this, because I can understand that. I do see the good in it, and I do I get it. I just feel like what we're dealing with for me when this movie, and I stated it up top, is that it feels like two different movies for me. At the beginning, for me, it almost kind of felt like it was trying to be edgelord, and not in a good way. You know what I mean? Just kind of like everything is, we got to push boundaries. We got to get somebody we're going for gasps. Everybody needs to. And then it comes to a point, like I said, it turns into one of those Has Fallen movies. Mm-hmm. We got to protect the senator. We got to get her to safety. We got to rescue her. We got to this and that. Everybody's trying to rescue and help the senator now. And now it's this force of evil, or this force of good against force of evil, and we've got to, be on the right side. And it's like, okay, but that's not what was going on at the beginning. And I do understand it's a Purge movie. I guess I get whatever, but it just feels weird. Even the dialogue, a lot of what's going on is just strange to me. I do enjoy the message behind it. I do enjoy the unity. I do get together. If we work together, we can solve stuff and get rid of evil and fascism and all that shit. You know what I mean? But it's just really weird the way it was delivered in a Purge movie.
I agree. I'm going to try to keep it short and sweet because I'm sure everybody's had enough of my broken voice. Yeah, I think that we're dealing with some very heavy themes, very heavy messages that were sadly as topical when the film came out as they are now. Mm-hmm. Maybe that made it more of a difficult watch for me, and maybe it is difficult for me to lean into the quote unquote fantasy of what this would be like when a lot of it is a little too close to home. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And maybe that does hurt it a little bit for me. I'm, again, self-proclaimed bleak bitch. Stuff like that doesn't typically take me out of it or anything, but I think it's the way that it's handled when there are themes that parallel real life very closely, and it feels like it's not given the gravity. We spent way too much time on this girl and her candy bar. We just did. Did.
And in that aspect, that definitely does feel like it was like two screenplays mashed together.
Yeah.
Because, again, that is too campy and playful for the messaging that we're trying to accomplish here.
Yeah.
So it does feel very disjointed in that way. Very
disjointed, almost to the point of a little disrespectful, because it's like, you think this shit is a game? Like, it's not. You know what I mean? It wasn't then and it's not now. So maybe I did take it a little more personally, because it's like, can we be serious here for a moment, folks? Yeah. Why are we talking about waffles and pussy? Like, we have a lot at stake right now.
Yeah.
But again, there is messaging that I do appreciate. There is this sense of hope in this character of Senator Roan, and these people that literally, unfortunately, sacrificed their lives to get her this presidency so that she can make this difference. Mm-hmm. And so I did like us ending on this note of hope, but then you have at the end where these people, again, are not willing to let this go. Mm-hmm. And I think when you inject a certain kind of hatred and vitriol, it's poison, and that doesn't just go away in an election. You know what I mean? And again, that is real life scary. The shit in the cathedral, to me, that is real life scary. And I just maybe it came across a bit tone deaf to me. And that's why I'm like, oh, a lot of this just didn't work. Yeah. And again, the I don't want to use the word lazy, but it's very late, and I can't think of another word. Some of the writing is lazy.
Yeah.
Some of the dialogue is lazy. Just this one wasn't for me. I appreciate the message that it did give and what it was trying to do. It's the execution for me. The execution was just not there.
No, I agree completely. I think that is what is so upsetting about it, is that the messaging is proper and pertinent.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it is that delivery of that message that you're just like, man, you kind of have an opportunity to do something very special and potentially important with a film like this.
Yeah.
Even couching it in a very fun action horror film, you still can attach some very meaningful messages to it.
Yeah.
But you kind of water down your own message when you do spend about 45 minutes on a goddamn candy bar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I understand that this is kind of more leaning towards what Purge Anarchy was. And so you're trying to do two things at once that maybe are kind of at odds with each other.
Yeah.
And I don't know anything else written by James DeMonaco outside of these Purge films. I don't know if there is anything.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't look. But I feel like there is something more in his wheelhouse to play around in just a sandbox of sinister actions on a Purge night.
Yeah.
I don't know that this screenplay is strong enough to carry the weight of the message he's attempting to send.
Okay.
Being so on the nose,
Yeah.
I feel like there are lines and things that I'm sure he literally heard on the news that day and put it into his script.
Yeah.
And so it just doesn't, to me, that doesn't vibe. It's the same reason why American Horror Story Cult was just like, oh, so you're just going to say their fucking names? Like you're not going to create a de facto, or try to do something that you're just going to use everything that actually happened and is happening or whatever.
Yeah.
And not that the Purge election year is doing that, because they do have that thin veil.
Yeah.
But the veil is so thin that it's like barely even there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I will say, even with all of that, I think that the cast that is assembled here is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
And they do their best with what they're given.
Yeah.
And from the cast interviews, it seemed like they had a blast making it.
And that's really what it's about. You know what I mean? They're enjoying making movies.
Yeah. But I guess we can slide into ratings.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say, watching this in July of 2016 is a lot different from watching it in November of 2024.
Yeah, I bet.
Things that seem somewhat outlandish and dystopian, almost like drama,
Mm-hmm.
today feels very different with that 8 years of hindsight.
Yeah.
And so I think that does kind of lend itself to making this a little more difficult of a film.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe what once felt entertaining feels a little more frightening through a modern lens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, that does kind of suffer for that. And it's really nothing that it did necessarily, just kind of the way that we're watching it now.
Yeah.
But I think that the music is fantastic. I think that the cinematography is pretty good in some places.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't get to mention, but the composer and the cinematographer were the same for the first 3 Purge films.
That's cool.
Okay.
So there is this feeling of almost a visual and audio language of these films
Yeah.
that does give it some consistency, which you do feel you're like, oh, I'm watching a Purge film.
Yeah.
So that's good. But I just can't get past that the dialogue.
Yeah.
It's rough.
Yeah, and it's like, I don't know, and maybe it's the alternating tone of like these moments that are meant to be kind of campy and playful and fun,
Mm-hmm.
but then we get to that church and things do just change completely, and you're like, yikes.
Yeah.
This is fucking once again, yikes.
Yeah.
But even if wrapped poorly, I think that the messaging is important. I think that the character of Senator Roan has to be this moral center.
Yeah.
And I think that her living up to her message and actually living that message, it is the lighter reflection of Minister Owens also living his message.
Yeah.
He didn't cower in the face of being about to fucking be purged. He was
grooving on it.
Yeah.
chubbing, I think. I'm sorry.
He looked like it.
Yeah, it's late. The decorum.
It's very late.
It's very late. But I just think that to have that, you have to have the other in making this film work with that very honestly, seemingly in 2016, cartoonishly evil, but now it's like, yikes.
Yeah.
But I do have to amend what I have said in the past when I was like, no, you guys, we could just wait till we get to the Purge election year. Just wait, you guys, this will be the... I deeply apologize to both of you because I feel like you might have enjoyed it less than I could have possibly anticipated.
It's not your fault.
No. And I'm honestly more on your side than I thought I would be. I think it's just the old gray mare, she ain't what she used to be.
Yeah.
Ain't that the truth?
But for me, out of 10 vicious acts of violence, I know I gave the Purge film a 5, and I think I gave Purge Anarchy a 6. And I know we're kind of keeping with our rankings of the franchise, and maybe we'll get to change them at a later date.
Yeah.
But I think that for me, I am going to have to give on a scale of 1 to 10 vicious acts of violence, the Purge election year. I was going to give it a 5 along with the first film, but honestly, I think I'm going to give it a 4.5.
Okay.
I feel like as much as we didn't like the bait and switch of the first film being this large open world thing and then isolating it into a single home invasion because of the budget, it had my favorite actor in the world, Ethan Hawke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It had Lena Headey, and they were fantastic in the lead, even if the film wasn't very good.
Yeah.
This had neither Hawke nor Headey. So I think a 4.5 is where I'm at. And I am going to now open the floor to you and slink away.
I think I gave the first one a 4 and then Anarchy a 4.5. And like you said, I would like, once we do get further into, change mine as well. I think for me, the thing is once it turns into the serious kind of action horror, what we got going on in the back half, it does appear that we're just dealing with neo-Nazis, period, or some form of something. And it is very like, I would have enjoyed if it was just another political party, but like, no, we're going to be crazy. This is what, we're the crazy party and we're going to kill people once a year and we're going to whatever. You know what I mean? Like just something. I know, we all know Nazis are bad and fuck Nazis. We don't need to keep doing that. And it does right now hit close to what's going on in the world today, and I don't like it. So I think you're right. Maybe that is also plays a factor into it. You know what I mean? Nobody likes Nazis. Fuck them. But it is I think kind of that. I didn't like the beginning half being one way and then the end being another. It did kind of make me feel confused or weird. Like I was like, I don't understand this. But like you said, the acting, they do what they're supposed to do and they're good at it. It does look fine. A lot of the stuff does look cool. But I would have liked, if we're in this Purge world, continue to have the Purge going on around us why this shit is happening. Because it stops when we need to get to the story and then it picks back up when we're not.
And
yeah.
It feels so weird. Pay for some extras. Pay for Miley Cyrus's version of Party in the USA. I don't get either of that.
Yeah, I just don't understand it. And again, maybe it is just things that are a little too recent or whatever. But some of the stuff worked for me and some of it didn't. I don't want to say I'm looking forward to the next two or the next one. But I am a little curious or more now to see where this kind of goes, knowing that this was supposed to be the last one, because we do get the little breaking news at the very end or whatever. So, I mean, I am curious to see what the next one has for us. But for me, for the Purge election year, on a scale from 1 to 10, vicious acts of violence, I'm going to give, I'll say it one more time because they said it a lot in the movie, the Purge election year or day, election year, whatever it is, a 4 out of 10. I again, will change them later, but right now that's just kind of what it is. I understand what it is. I know it's a Purge movie. I know whatever, But it really didn't work for me.
I am fully behind the idea of waiting until later to adjust our scores, because once the cloud clears in the next couple days, maybe I won't be feeling so down about the subject matter. But as it stands right now, I think I've kind of made it clear how I feel. And that too, I like the the slivers of Purge that we get. I mean, I think we all appreciated that in Anarchy.
Yeah.
And us being on the streets again for a good chunk of this movie, you would have thought you would have seen a little bit more. Another thing that I didn't mention that kind of bothered me as well was character motivations.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I think I said it at the top. It becomes tropey when there is no nuance to these characters. His name is Joe. He owns a deli. He wants to defend that deli. That's it. We get the senator where she needs to go. I need to get back to my deli. I know I'm safe here. I got to get back to the deli. It's like nobody would fucking do that.
No.
It's just like annoying after a certain point.
The deli's the key to all of this.
Yeah. I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I'm not going to give her a candy bar because this is my deli. Like, it's just like.
Well, but it's the same like singular small motivations because her entire night was
about a candy bar.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's tropey. It's like. I don't know. She killed her parents, but she was still thinking about coming to fuck with this man that owns this deli because he wouldn't let her steal a candy bar.
Yeah.
And then I feel like we were setting up a full, maybe different or a more fleshed out trajectory with Lainey. And I feel like toward the end, she just completely falls by the wayside.
Yeah.
You're not going to be president and you're not dying for her, so get out of the way.
And
like, that's what it felt like.
Also, don't own a deli.
And you don't own the deli, Lainey, and he's not giving it to you either. So it's like, I don't know. The characters were the motivations were very odd, except for obviously Roan, who, it was a straight shot to what she wanted. And I get your point about her needing to take this moralistic high ground. I think I just would have appreciated a little more nuance. Like you said, even wrestle with it for a minute before being like, no, I'm going to stand by my convictions. I don't believe in this.
Yeah.
Just somebody being so perfect, so focused on their deli, so focused on, it is annoying because human beings have nuance and they have different sides and they have conflict within them. And so to see not one fucking character have that, it's just, again, lazy comes to mind.
Yeah.
I feel like you have that moment with Lainey earlier where she says that she's sure that the senator's full of shit too. What if that leads into the moment with Roan discovering this assassination plot and Lainey is like,
she's not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have him. Lainey is already gone. She's in a triage van back to the deli at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you set up this thing that, again, you just oddly don't deliver on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of these, and it's little shit, and I really don't delight in being so negative. I don't. It just feels like this is a first draft that was written out, and we never went back to give better names to shit like the Midnight Purge mask or to, make these connections where it's like, oh, this is something that we've established prior that could give a couple of these characters a little more depth, a little more of an arc, a little more of anything. Cause I feel like we're playing we're too in the deep end to be not taking this seriously at all. And whatever, I've already said that, but I'm done. On a scale from 1 to 10 vicious acts of violence, I also gave the Purge election year a 4. Like I said, check with me next week. Maybe I'll be feeling a little differently. Hopefully I'll be feeling a little differently. But a lot of this, again, watching it through this lens, and I know he had no way of knowing when he was writing it, but by the time it came out, things were getting a little spicy for the pepper.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like just a little bit of reverence
For the moment.
Yeah.
That seems to be going on for fucking ever. You know what I mean?
Please stop this.
Please stop.
Well, that's all from us at Pod Mortem. What would you rate the Purge election year, and what should we watch next? Let us know on Instagram at the Pod Mortem. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Instagram at TravisMWH, at Blood and Smoke, and at JuggaloDaddy84. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll gain access to bonus content, our monthly schedule, our Discord server, and the opportunity to help us decide which films to cover. Stay tuned until after the music for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, in every one of us exists the power to change the world, but you will never make a difference if you remain indifferent. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned. We want to give a very special thank you to all of our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah!
Very good. A special thank you to
Chris Hontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Tamez, Travis and Nisa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Gabrielle Trevino, Spooky Mom, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Antonio Huerta, Kimberly Kleindienst, Will Brown, Sydney Smith, Osvaldo Soto, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rizak, Molly Gerhart, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Barry, Brittany Seaman, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Eden, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Liz Heath, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newding, Alexis Roberts, Dan Laveau, Itzy M., Gary Horton, Leisha Olivier, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman Wise, Towton Watson, Mozzie Bear, Brittany G., Dave Burke, Adrian Stakes, Daniel McGinnis, Emma Hagel Kissinger, Valerie G., Emiliana, Brian Glass, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J., Jason Kyle OKC, Joshua Rumley, Danielle Peralta, Brandon, Sawyer Reese Farr,
Sahara, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xxena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Eileen O, Marissa E, Sydney, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Jason Hanavan, Katie K, Erica Morin, Cameron S, Nicole Stewart, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E, Maggie H, Murder Stina, Kevin McConicle, Kristen Marcy, Ori81 Boricua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez63, Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Jen Lassiter, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Jean Jacket, Valerie K, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S, Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Jen T, Kim H, August, Vengeance Spirit,
Sam J. Green, Jenny May, Glittery Fab, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D, Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Tyler J, Daniel Dickerson, Jordan Gaddis, Cam Davies, Patrick Hoagland, Raven, D, Wesley Tart, Kristen Jackson, Jacob Nordberg, Spencer, Samantha, Damian Grant, Half Price Horror, Clemmy, Nisi Nay, Erica, Jason X Rules, Karen Burrows, 203 Duncan, Aaron Norman, Stephen Rogers, Victoria Smith, Corey Gillen, Patricia A. Graham, Erasmo Pena, Danielle Wright, Tabitha Thomas, Connie Lingus, Becca Boo, Richard Murray, Irene, Sally Slater 52, Jordan McCarthy, Christy Michelle Wilson, Rosalind Harnius, Emily Rance, Amy, Lisa and Kathy, Mike H., Karen with a Y, Christian Sadler, Hannah, Sarah Jack, Casey L., Evelyn Knight, Paola Garcia, Nikki M., Ghastly Grandad, Megan and Alexandra Saldivar, Lisa Sykes, Sonny Jonas, Carrie Ahern, Kelsey Niemeyer Cook, and Martina LaForce. Thank you all so much.
Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
We love and appreciate each and every one of you, and we hope that in these trying times that you stay safe.
Yeah.
That's the thing they kept saying.
Yeah.
But like everybody says it.
Yeah, it's not that important. Well, it's important, but it's not that good of writing. But one thing is for sure, and we also hope that you go vote. Until next time.